Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I feel a lot more loud, as we say. Yes, this is another show with the two Catherines. That's the two of us. Spivey, Catania. And so our most important message is here. You know, fireworks, yay, so exciting. So, yeah, do you want to kick off? I feel like I've advanced the slide and said welcome, so I'm not sure I have much more.
We promised to be brief this year. We thought, you know, for the first year we were doing it up. This year, you know, we're just so excited to see so many more people here. I mean, it's the week of Labor Day. No one's going to show up to this thing, and wow, just speechless. So appreciative of having a great plain language community. We know that, you know, writing clearly is very important to all of the work that we do throughout the government. And so just love having you guys to come here and, you know, discuss how we can make government writing even better. So thank you so much again. And you're going to be hearing from a lot of great speakers today. Thank you to everybody who volunteered to spend their time with us. And finally, a huge shout out to GSA and to this woman next to me, Catherine Spivey, for helping put this all together, because she's just, you know, she's a rock star. So
I think, thank you so much. I think we are all rock stars just for getting here and being interested in plain language. You know, automatic rock star. Next year I'll bring gold stars that I can dispense. Help yourself to a piece of candy. I'm not taking any of the candy home. So just to reiterate that. Those of you who are in remote land, Zoom land, have your own piece of candy or pretend very strongly that you're eating a Snickers or whatever your favorite is. So yeah, because I cannot resist saying these things. If you want to do us on social media, Plain Summit 2019, follow us on Gov Plain Lang, which is Plain Language Action and Information Network's Twitter handle. If you can come up with anything else you'd like to, any other platform you'd like to talk about us on, that's fine too. This is us in case, you know, you needed separate identifiers. Yeah, a little slow on the slides here. I hope it's not emotive. Just to give us a baseline, because I recite these things in my sleep, as you will too eventually. What is plain? This is the network, it's the community, it's the group of federal employees, it's you guys, both here and online. And you support the use of clear communication in government writing. So everybody give yourself a round of applause, because just wanting to do that is 50% at least of the battle. And what is plain language? Communication you can understand the first time they read or hear it. What we're doing, promoting plain language, that's why you're here. And as a side benefit, although I think some people think is the biggest benefit, saves federal agencies time and money and provides better service. So, you know, this is what we're looking for. I would also like to welcome GSA's Senior Plain Language Official, Mark McHale. Mark heads GSA's Office of Strategic Communication. He came to last year's summit and was so impressed he became GSA's Senior Plain Language Official, just like that. So for over 25 years, he's been a strategic communications executive and counselor working at public relations, public affairs, and marketing agencies, as well as corporate communications. And he champions GSA's plain language work and is so interested in what we're doing here. So Mark? Sorry.
I think I got them. I can mess up anything. But no, thanks. First of all, welcome to the second Plain Language Summit. Right. So I started in this role, leading the communications team here for General Services. First time, I think I wasn't even here a month, I believe. And Donna Garland, who's our deputy, stepped in, and I said, well, I can't wait for next year, because I'll be able to welcome the group and kind of move the plain language moving forward. And all of a sudden, Catherine reaches out, last week, oh my gosh, 1 year has already happened. So happy for GSA to be hosting the second, hopefully more likely to be annual summit on plain language. So again, as Catherine said, a little bit about myself. This was my second time to Washington, D.C. I've been involved from the agency perspective as well as from a corporate perspective, working with Nationwide, Sprint, and FedEx, to name a couple. And again, communications has been my personal and professional background from the beginning, and it's very, very cool to have the opportunity to help guide the agency, not only from a communications, plain language, and reputational standpoint, but bringing all those experiences to bear and bringing it to support Emily and the 11,000 plus GSA team members across the country. So it's pretty cool. Before we really get into the day, we talked about a couple of rock stars, the Catherines, and I remember them from last year. So I don't it's almost like Cher and Bono. I don't really know their last names. They're the Catherines. So let's give them a little appreciation, right? I did have a mini Three Musketeers. The candy is very good. So I'm just letting you know that there's some early feedback on the candy. It's good. But I think the key to plain language, right? It's a key factor, in the world of effective communications, right? So oftentimes people say, well, I'm a communicator. But what does that mean? Are you a communicator, or are you hopefully an effective communicator? There's a difference, right? So my wife and I, we have two boys. They're older, they're college age, but there's a lot of folks. In fact, our press secretary is about to have her first child. But when a baby's crying, a 4-month-old, right? He or she is communicating, right? Is he or she wet? Do they need a diaper change? Are they hungry? Do they have gas? What's going on? They're communicating, but we don't know what it is. So that's communications, right? But effective communications is some sort of two-way communications. And that has 3 components to it. There has to be some level of awareness and recognition of something. There has to be some level of understanding. And then hopefully there's some form of action that is being taken. And if you've confused the receiver, he or she can't engage in the way that you'd like to, either vote for this or purchase that or check this website or whatever it may be. So plain language helps us become more effective in our communications as opposed to just pushing out whatever, and that's communication. So I think it's a really important thing to keep in mind. So when I think about plain language, I really think about 4 words, and I mentioned the first is engage. What is the message? What is the communications vehicle or platform? What is the level of engagement? Does your receiver actually understand what you want them to understand? Again, is there misinterpretation? Is it too complex? Is it too verbose? Is it the 52-line paragraph? What is that? Is there understanding going on from the deliverer to the receiver? And then the last piece, and the most important one, is do you then take action? And what, again, is that action? Is it a document? Is it a speech? Is it a video? Is it social media content? What is that? So that's where plain language, I think, really has a big, big part in making that communications perspective an effective communications avenue. So who may know what that image looks like? Does anyone in the crowd? What does that look like? Miracle on the Hudson, right? Believe it or not, that was January 15th, 2009. That was more than 10 years ago. Seems like it was just 2 or 3, right? Tom Hanks, right? Sully, a couple years ago. So the reason is a couple things. From a communication standpoint, everything's gone visual, right? We're tapping, flipping, swiping, all image, photos, videos, things of that nature. But the thing, when I saw the movie in the theater, the 3 words, the only communications that Captain Sullinger delivered to the crew and to the passengers were brace for impact, right? He wasn't trying to say, get to the back of this, duck and cover. It was brace for impact. Very simple, very plain language in one of the most intense moments of anyone's lifetime, right? And I think that to me was like, in a nutshell, what plain language is about. There was no confusion. There was no overly verbose tee-up. There wasn't something in the middle and then the closer. It was 3 words. And I thought that was a really interesting way to share a little bit about what plain language can be within the context of all the different platforms that we work with from a communication standpoint. and I think the key part of the participation of our folks here today and the people on plugging in outside of DC is, how do we make plain language a part of the federal government's DNA, right? Particularly from the perspective of general services, where we've got contracts that are this thick. We've got all sorts of building leases with our PBS folks that have all sorts of language. I'm not a lawyer, I don't play one on TV. There's a whole nother level of beyond plain language, pursuant to and heretofore and all these sorts of things, right? So how do we invoke that within the construct of what we do from a service line perspective, but also how do we engage that as we look at websites and social communications and speech delivery and engagements from an internal communications perspective? How do we make that a part of not only GSA's DNA, but how do we make it a part of the federal government's DNA, right? And there's three key things, I think, that helps make that go along. That's why I think this second, again, hopefully annual summit is very important. The first thing is there has to be a level of focus on it. And again, to the rock stars, the Catherines, to their credit, they're carrying that flag on a daily, weekly, quarterly, annual basis. It takes some champions, and that's where the focus comes. And that's why, again, I think it's unbelievable that we got a full house on the Thursday after Labor Day. So I think it's credit to the attendees too. So focus is key. Training, right? Awareness and focus is key, but what's the next step in the process? And we're having conversations from a training perspective, and maybe something different may be coming in fiscal 2020. Stay tuned. We're on that one. We're thinking about it, and I think we're going to take some action there. And the other thing is practice. So if you have something to focus on, you got some training to kind of work those plain language muscles, you got to put it into practice. And that's what's driving the attendance and attention here, both in DC and on the phone. I think those are the three keys, and I think we're taking those very purposeful steps by coming together this week. So I think this summit and these sorts of engagements help bring that together and really reinforce the need and the benefits of that. The other thing from a GSA perspective in the Office of Strategic Communications, from a plain language perspective, we do a lot of partnership with Anahita Riley and the Office of Customer Experience, because all of these things that we've just talked about have to really be put within the context of being a customer-centric communications outlet or customer-centric platforms, right? And that goes everything from our web presence in GSA.gov, to our video communications and storytelling, to our written documents, and social media. That's becoming a larger part of the communications mix and storytelling from a GSA and from a federal government perspective. And if we're not using customer-centric language to have them either understand more of what we do or where the opportunities lie from a business perspective, or this is where we're going as a strategic agency within the federal government, then it's not going to help the end user. And in GSA's context, that is the federal agency partners that we deal with and our ultimate customer, the American taxpayer, the American public, right? So that's, that is key to what we're doing here. And I think GSA, to its credit, and again to the Catherines and Miss Spivey in particular, helping GSA kind of be on the forefront of that. So I want to close with something that I took away literally from the first summit, and that's this button. No plain, no gain, right? And if Donna's here, she gets to, I have this sitting in front of my keyboard every day as a reminder of the focus, training, and put plain language into practice. And it's just a fun little simple reminder, and it will go back there when I get back there this morning. But I think that's an important thing to do. And then I wanted to close with the plainest and simple language that I can, right? And that's appreciation for you, the people who have taken time out of their day to participate in the summit, the Catherines who are driving the tip of the spear, our folks that are dialing in and plugging in because it's an important issue to them. I don't want to say we're on the doorstep of the vanguard of plain language, but you are taking a leadership position in making plain language more of a reflexive muscle on what we do as communicators and as servants of the Americans, the American public. So thank you for that. Thank you for a minute of listening to a little bit of the perspective from OSC here at General Services. We look forward to continuing the partnership with the rock stars, the Catherines, right? And just have a great day. Thanks for your time.
right, thank you, Mark. Let's see. Enjoy the summit. Aha. All right, well, for those of you familiar with Plain, we run on volunteers. So I'm hoping that if this inspires you today, if you're not familiar with us and you want to join and be a volunteer, we would love that. You can volunteer in many ways, and you'll be hearing about that, throughout the summit. And of course, if you join our listserv and all that great stuff, you'll find out more all the time because we love to talk about plain language very regularly. So without ado, I'm going to introduce a wonderful volunteer of ours, Jamie Stark. She does all the things for coordinating training for Plain, which is a huge task. How do I know this? I used to be Jamie. I used to do that role, and it was exhausting. So, Jamie, we appreciate you, truly. I mean, it's a monumental task. So, Jamie's going to come up here and give us a little scoop on Plain training update. And just so you know, Jamie is a voracious reader. She's an 80s pop culture enthusiast and a Trivial Pursuit champ. So, Jamie.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm still getting used to seeing my face on the big screen. So as Catherine mentioned, I'm the training coordinator for Plain. I've been doing this for about a year, and it's a pretty busy job. One of our key missions that we have at Plain is to offer no-cost training to federal agencies that request it. So this year, we've had about 19 agencies request training from us, which is about on par, maybe a little bit behind where we were last year. But hey, we had a shutdown that we went through, right? So shutdown's not even going to stop us, right? We have 19 active trainers right now, and we have 32 trainers in training, so those who are in the process of becoming a fully fledged official Plain trainer. The trainings that we've done so far this year, we've engaged with, give or take, about 800 federal employees across the government. So that's pretty impressive. We're touching a lot of people. And so here are some of the agencies that we've gotten requests from. CIA is one. The General Services Administration, of course, GPO. The Agency for International Development, USDA, Department of Defense, Department of Health and Human Services. We've got Department of Homeland Security, woo woo. Department of Labor, and Department of Transportation, and Department of Veterans Affairs. So you can see we've had requests from all over the government, and we're touching a whole bunch of people. So one of the questions that I get a lot is how do I become a trainer? And we'll talk about that in a second. But a few things I wanted to bring up, since hopefully some of the trainers in training are in the room or on the phone. After you've taught a session, can you just let me know that you've done that so I can keep track of the requests that we've completed? And then we have evaluation forms on our website. So if you guys could send me those as well so we know how we're doing. We rely on the feedback from the participants, if there's material that we're not covering that they'd like us to cover, we want this training to meet their needs, right? For the trainers in training, let me know when you've co-taught or observed a session, again, for tracking purposes. And you can observe and co-teach as many sessions as you want or need to feel comfortable, right? So how do you become a trainer? So there are a few boxes you have to check. The first one is you have to be a federal employee. The second thing is you have to have your supervisor's approval to do at least, I think it's 1 to 2 trainings outside of your home agency. You have to attend one of our half-day Plain trainings. And then we offer a trainer boot camp. I think we're working on scheduling something soon. As soon as we have that, it'll go out, I'm sure, through the listserv. And then you have to observe and co-teach sessions with a Plain trainer. So there's 19 of us that you can work with, and I can help coordinate as much as I can. And then you have to teach and you have to be observed, right? And then you can go out and share the plain language goodness with everybody. So I think that's it for training. It was just a really quick update, but I'll be around. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. And if you're here in person, please come and introduce yourself. I always love to have a face with a name that I see in emails all the time. So thank you.
I see that we're going at the speed of light. So, you know, our next treat for this morning is Cynthia Bauer talking on health literacy. And we'd like to introduce a real-life health literacy hero, Cynthia Bauer. She's a champion of communicating clear health-related information to diverse audiences. And she created the Center for Disease Control's Clear Communication Index and the Health Literacy website. And she's currently the director of the Horowitz Center for Health Literacy at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. So warm, warm welcome, almost feverish welcome for Cynthia Bauer. I wanted to let you know that when it comes time to do the links, I have preloaded them. You probably just have to hit.
I'm not going to do them.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Even better.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
So, well, thank you. So I spent almost 18 years as a federal employee. I'm about 2.5 years removed from federal service, so it's great to be back with colleagues. And I heard Mark say that Donna was in the room. Was she still here, or has she left? Okay, so I want to give a big shout out to Donna, because Donna was my boss for a time at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, Georgia. And I agree that the Catherines are great champions, but I also want you to recognize Donna Garland as a huge champion of plain language. She was the one who called me into her office and said, "You shall go forth." I don't think she shall, though. You will go forth, and you will be the senior Plain Writing Act official at CDC, and you will make sure that people at CDC know what plain language is, get trained in plain language. And that set me on the path. And I said, well, exactly how do you want me to do that? She's like, I don't know, you're smart, go figure it out. So that really set in motion the plain language work at CDC in Atlanta. And so I just want to give a big shout out. I don't know if Annetta Cheek is here yet. Not yet, but both Annetta Cheek and Joanne Locke, founders of the Center for Plain Language, as well as longtime leads within the federal government, I really want to give a shout out to them, because Joanne Locke was the one who came into my office when I was at HHS and said to me, "You work on health literacy, you don't know what plain language is yet, but you need to know, and I'm going to help you find out." So that all of these things sort of come together and have really made sure that those of us who work in the health, medical and science space really are aware and working on plain language, and see that as a really important set of techniques for what we do. So what I want to talk to you about today is something that came to me when I was standing in line at the faculty barbecue about 10 days ago, right before school started. And a faculty member said to me, "So what about that FDA press release about not drinking bleach?" And I was like, huh? She's like, "No, the FDA put out a press release that we're not supposed to be drinking bleach." And I'm like, why would they do that? So of course that sent me looking for this press release, and it led me to think about what I wanted to talk to you about today. And so the title of my brief talk is "Bleach as Medicine, the Case for Plain and Accurate Information." So in the space that I work in, misinformation is becoming a huge issue. That may be an issue for many of you as well, but in health and medicine and pharmacy and dentistry, the accuracy of information has really become a primary issue. When I first started working at HHS in 1999, that was the advent of websites and people doing their own online health information searches, and everybody was in a panic about information accuracy then. There were all these studies done about the quality of poor information. There were commissions, there were reports, there were lists about information quality, and then it all just kind of died away for a while. Everybody thought, oh, well, you know, people will figure it out, they'll compare, they'll decide what's right. But I think we've seen now with a vengeance how significant it is that we think about both communicating clearly and accurately. So that's what I want to talk to you about today. So my argument is that viral information and peer-to-peer credibility have changed the rules around plain language communication. And the reason for that is it's always been possible to spread information. I'm not going to give you sort of this golden, you know,
the good old days when everything was perfect and everybody only shared accurate information with each other. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the technology that we're dealing with today allows a speed of transmission that we are just now getting our heads around. And the fact that people are more likely to trust people like themselves is an additional factor. So when you combine those two variables, the fact that people are spreading information quickly and they're more likely to trust someone like themselves, you have to kind of ask, where are people getting their information from and what are they doing to ensure the accuracy before it enters these social networks? The other thing that I think is important to observe is that a lot of easily understood information may be wrong and dangerous. And so I'm going to give you 3 examples today of how that has played out in the space that I work in. And so what I think, I'm going to compare sort of the plain language standard that I've been using and teaching for so many years with one that we also developed within the context of the health space, and kind of talk about why I think it's so important to add accuracy, because I think it's possible to be very clear but still be wrong, and that's what I'm trying to illustrate today. And finally, that accuracy has to be part of our standards, because I don't think that we can say that we have communicated effectively if people end up misinformed. I just think that has to be part of how we think about this approach. So the plain language standard, as you all know, is that communication your audience can understand the first time they read or hear it. So the 3 examples that I'm going to show you are examples that arguably were plain. They were easy for people to understand the first time, but they were demonstrably wrong. So in health literacy, what we talk about is that we try and make it easy for people to find information, to understand it, and then to apply it or use accurate information for health and well-being. So there's a few things that we've added to the plain language standard of being easy to understand, is that we also have to be mindful of how people find information. So that's a communication issue. How are people exposed? What are their sources? Who do they trust? All of those come into play when you think about effective communication. We have to look at what are all the factors that go into how people understand information. I'm sure there's some cognitive scientists in the room or listening online who could give us a whole litany of the ways in which our minds sort of lead us astray in the way that we process information. But it's not just that, it's also the values, it's also the beliefs, it's the prior experience that come into how we understand information. And then in health, we're very interested in how people use it, right? We're not just interested in what they understand, but we want to know what they're going to do with that information. And so we have this whole sequence of finding, understanding, and using, and then we have a goal. Our goal is for health and well-being. So that allows us to say, is this information or are these services in the service of health and well-being, or are they actually undermining that or leading people, to draw incorrect conclusions? So here was the headline on the FDA news release that I was referencing. So this is the headline: FDA warns consumers about the dangers and potentially life-threatening side effects of miracle mineral solution. And that came out just about a month ago on August 12th. And what I was very surprised to learn is that this wasn't a new issue, that the FDA had actually been issuing these warnings since 2010. So for 9 years, this notion that you could combine these particular chemicals that were actually turning into a form of bleach, and people were ingesting them, they were drinking them, they were being promoted on social media as a cure for autism, cancer, HIV/AIDS, hepatitis, and flu, among other conditions. And it goes by a variety of names. This is just one of the names. But what triggered this news release is that the FDA was getting new reports of people who were experiencing very extreme symptoms like extreme vomiting, extreme diarrhea, life-threatening low blood pressure, and acute liver failure after trying these products. And so if you look at some of the promotional materials around this product, this miracle mineral solution, it's very easy to understand. And it's very tempting to want to believe that you found this cure for all of these, really life-altering conditions. But this is why I believe that it's really important to also add that standard of accuracy because there's no evidence, and the FDA actually says that in its press release. The FDA has to say there is no evidence to support this solution as having anything to do with any of those health conditions. So once I started looking for this example, I thought, well, what else is out there that the federal government is having to weigh in on in terms of the accuracy of information? And I found this GAO blog that was talking about what the GAO is doing in terms of online sales of consumer products and the authenticity of those products. So they note that online shopping has become, you know, a very easy and common thing to do, right? We all do online shopping. But the problem is that online shopping introduces an even greater possibility. Again, there were always counterfeit products. It's not like this is new, but what's happened is this technology has made this issue sort of on a scale that we haven't really dealt with before. So it makes it easier, for example, to buy things like phone chargers and pharmaceuticals and cosmetics that have had a big issue with counterfeit products. So what the GAO did is they just went online and bought a number of these consumer products from third-party sellers on popular sites, and then asked the manufacturers themselves to test the authenticity of the products. And this is what they found. About half of the products that were bought from these websites were counterfeit, according to the manufacturer's own tests, about half. So these are things that we all think that we're buying that are coming under some brand name or something else that we think we recognize, or maybe from recommended by a trusted source, and they're not what they purport to be. And so again, these advertisements, these promotional materials, these online shopping sites, they're very committed to making things clear, easy to understand the first time, but obviously there's a lot of misleading and inaccurate information that's attached to the shopping sites where these products are appearing. So the last example that I want to give you comes from my former agency, CDC, and something that has been in the news quite recently. So CDC, again, had to issue a press release just a few months ago in May about the measles outbreaks that have been happening around the country. And so the CDC director, Dr. Robert Redfield, had to say, again, I want to, and note the again, because this has been said many, many times, again, I want to reassure parents that vaccines are safe. They do not cause autism. The greater danger is the disease the vaccination prevents. And for those of you who have been following this news about people's reluctance to get themselves vaccinated or their children vaccinated, this is obviously not a new issue. It's several decades old. The article that originally set this issue in motion was retracted close to about 20 years ago already. So it's been quite a long time since this information was supposedly withdrawn from the public space, from the public sphere. But yet we are still continuing to deal with the fact that there's misinformation out there that's potentially affecting people's health. Because again, the counter arguments, the arguments about why you should not do something are clear. They're easy to understand, they're accessible, they meet sort of all of our, quote, criteria for plain language, but at the end of the day, they're still wrong. And so these are some examples that I want you to kind of think about how they might apply in your agencies. And what I want you to think about then is, how do we begin to, maybe modify or append some things to the current plain language standard? So I would argue that we actually have the tools and know how to do this. So in addition to the federal plain language guidelines that already exist, I would argue that the scientific process itself is one of our allies in this, because scientifically derived information has a benefit that other types of information do not. And that is, we can verify that information, we can correct it, and we can refute it. And in the world that I came from, oftentimes we would just sort of plant the flag as if science is the good and everybody should just recognize how great science is and they should just believe us because we said it, we're scientists. And I even went to the first March on Science and I sort of got that same vibe there. It's like, we should just all believe science because it's science. And I would argue part of the task of plain language is actually explaining science and why science as a process, as a way of knowing about the world, is itself useful to people. I don't think we should take for granted that people are just going to embrace information because we say, well, it was found out scientifically. I think that's part of the plain language task. And I'm going to show you a few examples of how we did that when I was at CDC. But what we can show people is that science is different than opinion. Science is different than belief. Science is different than personal experience. Those are all ways of knowing the world too. But science allows us to go to explain our process, to show people how we came to those conclusions, and ask them, well, how do you know what you know? Here's how we know what we know, and how do you know what you know? And help them realize that, yes, these are all ways of knowing the world, but when we say that we found out something through a scientific process, there's a way to verify that. The second thing is that we also, as universities, as government agencies, as credible sources for information, we also have multiple channels and formats to share information. And I don't think we take advantage of that often enough. A lot of times, you know, we're very comfortable, as I remind my students, you got into college already, so that already shows that you're really good at finding information, really good at processing information, and really good at writing about things, right? You've already demonstrated you know how to do those things. But guess what? When you get your public health degree and you go out and you want to help people not start smoking or stop vaping or wear their seatbelts, or, you know, get vaccinated, you're dealing with people who don't have that same background, that same skill set, that same orientation to the printed word that you have. So you've got to think about all of the communication tools in your toolkit to reach the people that you want to reach. And I think we don't often think about all the channels, all the formats that we could take advantage of to reach people where they are. In public health, we have a saying that you go where the people are, you don't make them come to you. And so that, I think, really is a helpful way of thinking about audience-centered communication. And lastly, in doing the health literacy work at HHS and then at CDC, we began to develop a set of health literacy criteria. CDC is a scientific agency, like FDA and many others, and it prides itself on the fact that its information is scientifically derived, is validated, and at the end of the day, though, it's still data unless it is communicated, right? It is still, a table, a graph, a lot of dense text in a report or a website, unless the health communicators, the health educators, the health literacy experts work with the scientists to make it accessible. So I want to talk to you about two tools that we then used when I was at HHS and CDC, and one is the National Action Plan to Improve Health Literacy. It also is almost a decade old. It has 7 goals about how we can become a health literate nation. But what I want to call out for you is the standard that we developed within that National Action Plan. And we talked about 3 important characteristics of information. Again, accuracy, that it had to be accessible, and the third one is it had to be actionable. Because again, we weren't just giving information for the sake of knowledge, although knowledge is useful, but we were talking to adults for the most part who needed this information to make potentially life-altering decisions about their health and well-being. And so these 3 characteristics of information became our internal standard about how we thought about clear communication, is that each message, each material had to be thought about in terms of, was it accurate? Check. Was it accessible? That's where the work on clear communication came in. And then was it actionable? Did people actually know what they were supposed to do as a result of encountering the information? So we further clarified that. So we had the National Action Plan as kind of that broad framework. So that didn't apply just to federal agencies, but that applied to many, many sectors in society. But internally, as part of the work that was set in motion with the Plain Writing Act, was we began to think about what were those internal criteria that the agency needed to not only think about the plain language issues, but also about how clear communication plays out in a health and medical context. And so we started thinking about the fact that as an agency, CDC does not communicate about things if there's not some type of risk. Either the agency was telling people the risk is low, or they were telling people the risk is high, or they were talking about what was the probability that something was happening, but there was always an element of risk involved in the messages that were coming out of the agency. And so we really started thinking about how did risk communication have to come into our understanding of what clear and effective communication were about. So we built this tool called the Clear Communication Index. It's freely available on the web at cdc.gov/ccindex. The URLs for the references that I've used are at the end of the slide set. And so we have a number of criteria that talk about this issue of credibility, accuracy, risk communication. One of them has to do with this issue of the fact that science is never done, right? Science is a process. And this really came out of the insights that the agency was doing around what are called crisis and emergency risk communication. So if we have, I don't know if all the FEMA people are working the hurricane or not, maybe there's some FEMA people listening, but you know, there's other agencies that get involved in emergency response. But one of the insights from emergency response is that there will have to be an agency official up in front of the media very soon after some kind of disaster or event, and they have to say something, right? And there's a structure now under this crisis and emergency risk communication model. There's a structure to what they say, and that structure is this. They tell people what they know, they tell people what they don't know, and they tell people what they're doing to find out more. So they say, we know there's been a disaster in X. Here's what we know about either the casualties or the extent of the damage, or you know how extensive the disaster is, blah, blah, blah. That's what we know. What we don't know, how many people are injured or killed, how many structures have been destroyed, how long this is going to last, how long it'll take to do X, Y, Z. But then here's what we're doing to find out. And what we're doing to find out is that we've deployed troops here, or we've got, you know, officers with dogs doing this, or we're sending trucks of bottled water, or, you know, whatever what is that they're doing. And so my colleagues and I started thinking about, well, is that only relevant to crisis and emergencies? And we thought, actually not. That's really applicable to kind of everyday bread and butter risk communication. Because if you think about it, what's one of the most confusing areas of health communication? Nutrition information, right? I hear all the time from people, I don't know, can I drink coffee? Should I not drink coffee? What are carbs? How, you know, what about this? Do I have to care about BMI anymore, right? Nutrition is just like a minefield of confusion. And so we started thinking about the fact, part of the problem is that the public information around a lot of nutritional information always sounds so definitive. It's like, you should do this, or you should do that, or don't do this, or don't do that. And that's not really how the research works. What we know is at a particular point in time, the research has told us this is how we got to that recommendation. We're still doing more research though. We're still trying to find out this, and we're going to get back to you, right? So that same structure, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, here's what we're doing to find out. And so we said, we need to think about clear communication also encompassing that same structure of being transparent in how we know what we know, right? How we know what we know and what we're doing to find out more. That's what that authoritative sources is. These other three about the nature of the risk, the perceived risks and benefits, and clearly communicated probabilities have to do with the fact that my perception of risk is going to vary depending on a lot of factors. It's going to vary based on my experience, my prior knowledge, how serious I think something is. Do I think it's close to me? Do I think it's far? All of these things come into what we call risk perception. And so we started thinking about that is also going to affect what people perceive as clear information, right? How this risk perception is going to factor in. So in our criteria, we include things that say, you know, you have to tell people, like, how relevant is this risk actually to them? Because I could tell them they're at risk for 1,000 different things, but maybe only one of those 1,000 is actually relevant to them. So why am I going to bombard them with the other 999 if they're not really relevant? So these criteria that we included about risk get you to think about what are the audience's priorities for clear communication. So I can craft clear risk messages all day long. I know how to do that. But what is more challenging then is to think about the relevance of those risk messages for my audience and to only deliver those that are going to be of highest relevance. So here's what I'm asking you to do as a community of plain language professionals. I'm asking you to commit to both clarity and accuracy. I'm asking you to triple down, not just double down, but triple down on eliminating jargon. And the reason I think that's so important is because the people who are spreading misinformation are quadrupling down on getting rid of jargon. They are communicating very clearly, very persuasively. They're selling the thing that is accessible to people. And so I think that is, puts the burden on us to make an even greater commitment to getting rid of our jargon and communicating as clearly as possible. I think we should stick to the evidence, right? I think a lot of times we're thinking, oh, well, I got to get people's attention. I got to, I got to really make an impression on them. I got to break through the noise, through the clutter. Okay, yeah, that is all true. But I would argue that plain language done really well helps you break through that clutter and get people's attention. You don't need to stretch the claim. You don't need to stretch the recommendation. Be clear about what you know and what you don't know and what you're doing to find out. And then lastly, I would ask you just to increase the volume. You all have tremendous access to the public. I think you have access that you don't even realize that you have, or maybe you do, and maybe there's barriers in the way. I mean, I know about some of those barriers. I've experienced them. But at the end of the day, you have the opportunity to kind of turn up the volume because you have resources, you have information, you have channels. The public wants to know what you know. And so I would just strongly encourage you to do everything you can to just redouble your efforts to make sure that that accurate, that well-crafted information is, again, not only clear, but accurate because the public really needs it. So thank you for your time and attention. Is there time for one question?
We're going to see if we can break out the microphones. So those of you who volunteered to be microphone runners, but in the interim, if you have questions, I'm just going to ask Cynthia to repeat the question before she answers it while we're rushing about.
Okay.
The end came a little faster than we thought.
Okay. Okay. There was a question right here. Okay. Okay.
Okay. You have to give this to the next person.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Do you have staff that monitor social media so they can try to catch these these trends that start off like bleach for medicine? Do you have people that look for that and search for these trends?
Well, there are definitely researchers
so
doing
they can
that.
try to cut it off before it gets worse?
Well, there are researchers who do that. So there are other researchers, for example, in our School of Public Health who are also focused on these issues. So yeah, individual researchers are definitely taking up this challenge because I think people in public health are extremely worried about the volume of misinformation.
No, it just seems like in the last 5 years, more and more trends are happening, and then there's those challenges. You heard about those and everything else,
Right.
And then now we have the vaping thing too, which now history has shown itself. It's been in place now for several years, and now we see that there are health problems associated with it. So, prevention is everything, but.
Yeah, and tobacco was actually one of the examples we used when we just like we would teach plain language classes, but we also taught classes on the Clear Communication Index, and we actually used tobacco as one of the examples on that criteria around what you know and what you don't know. Is because in tobacco that was a field where everybody thought, the science, we've got the science, we know this cold, and then e-cigarettes came along and vaping, and suddenly it upended what people knew about tobacco products and, health behaviors and things like that. So that's why I think, we need to be, clear about, using science as a method, again, as a way of knowing the world. But I think we also need to be a little bit humble and not always try to oversell the results, assuming that we have to be so definitive that's the only way that we're going to be believed.
True, because we have a lot of private companies trying to sell their product, hasn't been endorsed by the FDA.
Yeah.
And the quick thing to say is, studies prove. Studies prove. Studies prove instead of studies show. People don't understand that. They just say, oh, well, this study says it's going to do this. That proves it. So that means it's safe. I'm going to take it. So. Yeah.
And as many people have observed, a lot of times the media reporting is actually based on a single study. And, people are not asking questions about like, well, how many people were actually in the study? How long did the study run? I mean, not to get bogged down in all of those kind of nuances of science, but I think it goes to the fact that a lot of times information is represented as definitive when really there's, very little behind it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
There's a couple questions back there.
So I do a lot of work with like social media in our group at NCI, and we're part of the intramural research group, which promotes a lot of clinical trials that we're studying and doing on the NIH campus. And so what's one way that you suggest or communicating that we have these resources available? Because a lot of people don't know that it's out there, and we constantly promote them on social media and on our website and things like that, but we have so much volume, but it's not going anywhere. So I'm just, the public doesn't understand that these are available at NIH, but,
Well, I used to do a little test when I lived in Atlanta because, my colleagues were absolutely sure. I mean, CDC's been in Atlanta for decades, right? And so my colleagues were actually sure that everybody, if you just said CDC, everybody knew. So I'd go into grocery stores not even a mile or two from the buildings, and I'd say, people, you chat with people, and they'd say, where do you work? And I'd say, I work at CDC, and they're like, oh, what's that? Right? So I think again, back to this issue of humility. This is, our supervisors want, and agency heads, they want to promote the agency. They want the agency to be known for doing X, Y, Z. But the reality is that the public couldn't care less what your agency is called, right? They don't really want to know, what your organizational structure is. They don't want to know what your internal processes are for the most part. So I think one of the things that to really be aware of is that you have access, all of you, every federal agency has access to a tremendous set of partners, right? There are people in communities who need and want this information. And you may not, so it's the difference between thinking about, I'm HHS and I'm going to have a direct-to-consumer kind of communication plan, and I'm going to reach all 300 million plus people in this country. No, that's not what I ever advise anybody to try and do. But HHS had tremendous access to partnerships, to organizations, to networks, even just through the organizations they fund, right? Just think about their own grantee structure, right? Even if you are not an agency in which you have grantees, you have contractors, you have other ways in which you can network into communities. You can go through state agencies, right? There's other ways that you can get much closer to the ground that don't require to have what would be like a DTC, a direct-to-consumer type approach to communication. And I know it makes bosses and supervisors anxious, but be less concerned about trying to promote your agency name and more concerned about being able to show how far you reached into the community or wherever you're trying to get with your information. Because at the end of the day, whether or not anybody can tell you that they know what CDC stands for, they will know that they got good information from so-and-so, and then you can trace it back. It's like, oh, we worked with so-and-so, they got the information of this group, and this is how it diffused or the exposure increased within that community. So you can still draw that line, but you have to have more of a kind of a formal evaluation process in mind before you start down that path.
Great talk. I'm from Atlanta, so I have a soft spot for people who work at the CDC. But I just finished a graduate degree in oncology, and coming from academia, there's been kind of a wave of retracted papers where academic research is not holding up rigor because the whole field is based on publishing and publishing fast to stay afloat. What's a good way to balance being transparent about the limitations of academic papers, but also conveying the importance of the research that's being done?
Yeah, and so I think that's a really great question and observation. I think this is why we did the National Action Plan to Improve Health Literacy, is because it talks about a whole society approach to this problem, right? If you are anywhere involved in the business, and I do use the term business, in the business of creating and disseminating information for health and well-being, you have a stake in this process. You are a stakeholder. And so arguably, like the publishers and the peer review community has a stake in this process, right? They've got to clean up their act too. And so to the extent, again, I think it's about this, I think the comment was made that people like to say studies show or studies prove. That's also sort of a gloss in a way, right? Because it's not really being transparent about how that information came into being. And I think it's tough. I mean, I worked with a lot of different kind of programs to sort out like how far down that path of details you go. Because one of the principles is we don't want to swamp people with details, right? And so I think it is always, again, keeping your audience in mind, what detail is going to help them actually understand what you're trying to communicate, and which details will distract them. And you won't really know without that kind of back and forth between the audience. I think Mark mentioned, this is a dance between sender and receiver, right? I'm a sender. I have messages I want to get out, but that's not going to really count unless I get that feedback from the receiver. So I think to the extent that we think about explaining how that information came to be, because the reality is that people don't recall, this is why that kind of fact-myth structure can be so problematic, is people can't always recall the difference, whether they saw it on the fact side of the column or the myth side of the column. It's the same problem with trying to retract scientific studies and why that information, that paper about the fabricated data about, vaccine safety has been so damaging. It's so difficult to take that out of the public conversation. So I think it would be a cautionary reminder to people producing the information initially is that those findings are going to have power, and it is very it's incumbent upon them to be very careful about the findings before they put them out there, not be quite so cavalier about that. So I think it goes back to the originators of the information, but also the scientists and the peer reviewers have to be part of the process to sort of clean that process up.
There are questions.
There's a hand way in the back.
See you again.
Just a little question about your fourth point, increase the volume of accurate info. I wasn't sure whether you meant volume in terms of amount or quantity, or in terms of decibels being laid
both.
On.
Yeah,
both.
Both.
Okay, so get lots of facts out there and get Beyonce to be your spokesperson. Okay.
Well,
great.
Beyonce is appropriate. Yeah, celebrity spokespeople cut both ways sometimes.
Well, this is true.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, I know celebrity spokespeople are often sort of like the default, like, oh, let's get a celebrity, but you just have to be mindful about, does that celebrity really stand for what you are interested in? Are they in it for the long haul? Are people going to be more interested in the celebrity than your issue? I mean, so, celebrities can draw attention, but they also have some other things to consider.
All right, welcome back from break, everybody. We are going to get started again. I'm going to introduce our next speakers. All right. So again, we are going to talk about the fascinating world of science. We all know science is very important. We tried to be very serious on the science. Cynthia had a great speech earlier. As we all discussed in the Q&A afterwards, obviously there's a lot of jargon that floats around in science, and I just want to give a brief little anecdote of a study that I saw, which of course studies prove or studies show, but in the journalistic world that is science research, because of all the jargon, different scientists weren't reading each other's journals or their research papers because they couldn't understand the jargon. So if you were outside of that area of specificity, you couldn't figure out what the other person was writing about, and therefore you might have missed a really great research or discovery or something that you could have used in your own research. So jargon is not something that just affects the common person on the street. It also affects fellow professionals and folks who have PhDs and all these really great letters after their names. So I know there's a big myth that only the person on the street wants things in clear language, but, avoid that jargon because you're doing yourself a disservice, when you want to sell your awesome idea or your discovery or your great research that's going to help thousands of people, or millions of people. That's my pitch on getting rid of the jargon, and I'm going to get back to introduce this wonderful woman that's coming up here. Jana Goldman is the principal and founder of Press Here. She is a former Plain member and trainer. In addition to being an international speaker on clear science and communications, she has experience as a newspaper reporter, editor, deputy press secretary for a U.S. senator, and a public affairs officer at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So put your hands together for a wonderful science communicator, Jana Goldman.
Hi. You are way too kind. Thank you so much. It is so good to be here. As Kat said, I was part of one of the early groups of trainers, and I think there were only 12 of us. So I see some familiar faces here, but it is so good to see so many new faces. So bravo to all of you. And, thank you, Cynthia, for really a lovely discussion and an important discussion, and I'm going to build on that a little bit, too. I did start Press Here when I was thinking of retiring from NOAA, where I was the public information officer for the research office. So I got to work with the scientists who fly through hurricanes and chase tornadoes and do all sorts of oceanographic work. It was a fabulous, fabulous job, and I loved it. But then I discovered through the two cats, plain language, and became a trainer. And it appealed to my inner ham. It was the things that I liked doing. I loved words, I loved working with words, and I loved working with scientists. So when I was getting ready to retire, I asked them, I said, I love doing this. Can I still be a trainer? And they said, no, you have to be a Fed. So I started my own company, Press Here, pulling out the things I loved most about my job, doing the plain language, working with scientists, working with the media, but without the aggravation of, meetings that go nowhere, taskers that have to be done in 10 minutes, and all sorts of other sorts of things. So I really have the best of both worlds. And one of the real treats is being invited back here to speak to you. So I make a delicious chocolate cake. It's dark chocolate. It's very moist and it's yummy. But it's got a secret ingredient. The secret ingredient is roasted beets. It's not a likely addition to a rich chocolate cake, and I often don't tell my guests what's in it until they ask for a second piece. But it's one way to sweeten the cake and get all that good beet goodness inside this lovely dark chocolate cake. And good science writing is pretty much like adding the beets to something you already enjoy. You read it for other reasons, but you find there's a little helping of science in there that makes it go down even better. And one way to be a good science communicator is to read good science writing. And I find it not necessarily in the textbooks and in the scientific journals, although there's some excellent work there. I find it in writing aimed at the general public. So in January 2002, I read a cover story by Darcy Frey in the New York Times Magazine, pictured there. It's about a scientist who spent his summers on a remote Alaskan island counting seabirds that began nesting in the boxes and steel drums that were left behind during the Korean War. By noting when first eggs appeared, when chicks hatched, how many nests had eggs, and a bunch of other data, he not only contributed to our understanding of these birds, the black guillemots, but also how a changing climate affected their behavior. So the scientist, George Dvoky, up there on the right, was typically modest about his work with the pigeon-sized birds, saying it was, quote, the kind of thing that's of interest to about 20 ornithologists, unquote. He was wrong. His story was immensely interesting, and I relished every single word of that piece. I still refer to it occasionally. My copy is dog-eared and kind of, ratty at the edges. What blew me away most about the article is how much I learned about climate change. As I said, I'd been working at NOAA since 1999, and my job as a public affairs officer for the research office meant I needed to know at least basics of a variety of ologies and graphies like meteorology and oceanography. Although there were many textbooks and scientific papers that would help me, I had trouble understanding concepts because of the language often used and easily understood by the scientists. So here's an example from Frey's piece. Then, almost by accident, he discovered that his birds were picking up on another kind of frequency, and that if he watched and listened with great care, they could tell him about something no less consequential than the climatic face of the Earth. In coming to the Alaskan Arctic year after year, George is following the logic of many other scientists, that to understand Earth's mysterious and changing climate, you need to go directly to its extremes. Science communication really wasn't as much of a thing then as it was now. Now we've got science agencies and professional organizations working to share their science. There's a sharing science program, the American Geophysical Union, that offers programs to help scientist members better talk about their work. The actor Alan Alda started a program at the State University of New York at Stony Brook that teaches scientists how to use improvisational and other acting techniques to talk to general audiences. Plain language definitely is a key element of clear communication. So I began my career writing obituaries for a daily newspaper outside of Detroit, Michigan. So newspapers are always going to be my first love. And long form writing, like Darcy Frey's magazine piece, may be daunting, but if the writer understands the topic and his or her reader, it'll be sheer joy for both. But it seems to me, and I admit I might be biased, that some of the best science writers are great writers who happen to like to write about science. During this talk, in addition to Frey, I'll also share the work of two other favorites, Natalie Auger, I'm probably mispronouncing her name, and David Quammen, who are able to take you on interesting journeys, introduce you to amazing people, and teach you something along the way. Since 2007, Natalie Auger has been writing for Science Times in the New York Times, sadly one of the few science sections still around in daily newspapers. In her 2007 book, The Canon, a whirligig tour of the beautiful basics of science, she offers a primer on science, basics for those of us who want to know the fundamental principles of physics, chemistry, biology, geology, and astronomy. And she's a master at focusing on, quote, the fundamentals of science using news events to explore the basic principles that govern the natural world. And that's a point I hope to make about science communication. Use reporting techniques. Answer the who, the what, the where, when, why, and how. Take the reader there. Let them taste the food, smell the air, hear the ping on the sensor when it collects data, feel a fragile bird egg. Enchant them with the locale, tease them with an element of danger or adventure, tell them what it's like to be where you are, and, oh, by the way, this is what we're doing and why it's important to you. Natalie Auger does this beautifully in her August 3rd, 2019 piece on wild dogs being returned to Mozambique's Gorongosa National Park. Here she describes the park's carnivore expert checking on a den where she expected to find a litter of wild dogs. So they're very cute. These are cute little pups that have been returned to this park, and this woman is hoping to find this litter. So, quote, as Ms. Bowley was crouching by the abandoned den and peering into the hole, she met the likely answer, a giant African rock python, the continent's largest species of snake, dropped from a nearby tree, stared her in the face, and then slithered off. I think it was disappointed that I wasn't a warthog, Ms. Bowley said. For a snake that can grow to 20 feet and swallow an impala whole, even a large litter of Lycaon pictus pups would barely rate as an amuse-bouche. So in these sentences, Auger takes us to the den, teaches us a bit about herpetology along with what it's like to be a carnivore expert in an African national park, while adding just a little dash of French cuisine as a, well, you know, an amuse-bouche, just a little something extra to make your experience more enjoyable. She also lightly uses technical terms, like the scientific name for the wild dogs, hence keeping true to the science while not scaring off the reader who just made it through a giant snake encounter. And the why this is important is here. Quote, the successful reintroduction of African wild dogs underscores the park's position as one of the bright spots on an otherwise grim landscape of shrinking forests and accelerating loss of large, charismatic animals unlucky enough not to be our pets or livestock. Often scientists are just as interesting as their work, especially those of whom you may think you know much about already. David Quammen began as a writer for Outside Magazine, and I was introduced to him via his 1996 book, Song of the Dodo, Island Biogeography in an Age of Extinction, which I learned to read more about biodiversity and extinction when I worked for a wildlife conservation organization. Like the Frey article, Dodo entertained and educated me, and it was a book I didn't want to end. It's also a book I read every other year. Recently, I read Quammen's 2006 book on Charles Darwin and the struggles the naturalist had while developing his theory of evolution. Quammen's masterful telling of Darwin's story in plain language taught me things I didn't know not only about Darwin and his work, but about aspects of natural history and the politics of the time. In The Reluctant Mr. Darwin should be required reading. Someone asked in a review of the book, "Is this Darwin for dummies?" And the reply was, "No, this is Darwin for smart people who are busy." It's disheartening to hear plain language described as dumbing down when, as Susan Joy Hassel, who wrote a seminal paper with Richard Somerville on science communication in 2011, often says, it's not dumbing down, but smartening up. One of the things that we learn in plain language is even smart people appreciate something that's easy to understand, written well, gives them the information that they need. So here's how Quammen describes Darwin's work ethic. Quote, "He wasn't a man to uncork a champagne bottle and kick up his heels just because some book had been finished. Darwin turned to a single remaining container of preserved specimens from the Beagle. It held about a dozen barnacles of a very odd sort, minuscule creatures that drilled burrows into the shells of certain marine snails. Now he meant to dissect these little beasties, get a grip on their identity, write a paper. He started work under the happy delusion that it wouldn't take long. He didn't foresee being swallowed up by barnacle taxonomy for 8 years." And you see what Quammen does here. He doesn't say that he was going to do the taxonomy of the barnacles. He said, dissect the little beasties, get a grip on their identity, write a paper, outlining the steps beautifully. So much has been written about Darwin, his travels aboard the Beagle, and how he came up with his theory of evolution. So why did Quammen want to add yet another book to the literature? And he explains here, quote, "My account of Darwin's life focuses on the conception, development, and announcement of that idea, and on the personal tribulations that he experienced while incubating it. Why did Darwin delay publication for 21 years? Why did he draft an early sketch of his theory and then file that away, along with a note to his wife in case he died? Why did he digress for 8 years into barnacle taxonomy? Why did he vomit so often? Why was his great book on the origin of species written in a hurry after 2 decades of procrastination? There were reasons, and the exploration for these reasons was my way of trying to capture the essence of him and his work." So fine, how does all this fit into your work as a government communicator? I remind you that one of the best environmental writers or science communicators worked for the U.S. government, Rachel Carson, whose 1962 book, Silent Spring, had an enormous effect on educating the general public to the dangers of pesticide, and bear with me here, I've been practicing this, but I still don't have it, diphenol trichloroethane. Well, it's close enough, but that's DDT. And how it was destroying songbirds and other wildlife, essentially launching the environmental movement in the United States. And Silent Spring, how many have read Silent Spring? Not enough. Put this on your reading list. It was interesting because it begins with a fable. Chemistry or pesticides aren't mentioned in the first chapter, but she shows how a stranger caused damage to a community, drawn from many real examples of how the pesticide destroyed or, quote, damaged wildlife, birds, bees, agriculture animals, domestic pets, and even humans, unquote. Some critics even claimed that Carson wasn't a scientist, even though she held advanced degrees in science, but a fiction writer. She began her government service during the Depression when she was hired to write scripts for the U.S. Bureau of Fisheries, what we now know as NOAA Fisheries. Her 15-year career in federal service as a scientist and editor began in 1936, and she rose to become editor-in-chief of all publications for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. She had limited resources on how to communicate her science to the public, and like Cynthia said, and some of the people have asked, you have a variety of ways to share your science, share the interesting stories, even things that you may think as mundane as a new piece of technology. Explain what it does, explain how it was created. Use your websites, use your little explainers, use the one-pagers that you need to do that go up to Congress. When I worked for a U.S. Senator, the legislative assistants would meet with with about 20 people per day. And these people would come armed with, big folders and CDs and videotapes and everything to explain, their whatever it is that they were promoting. And at the end of the day, they would all come back and we would brief the senator. The things that people remembered most were the things that people explained clearly and plainly. All the pictures, all the extra graphs and charts and everything really didn't matter, because when you went around the room and says, okay, who are the two best people that you spoke to today? People remembered the things that they could remember. So you have an important job to do, an exciting job to do. Use those resources. I remember once when I was at NOAA, one of the things, one of my labs worked with tsunami research, and our lab had developed one of the early, all of the tsunami warning buoys. And we did a media tour in Seattle, and the reporters were amazed, saying, well, where did you get these buoys? And we said, we invented them. The engineers worked with the scientists to figure out, okay, we need certain data in certain conditions. It's going to be out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Maintenance is going to be difficult. And working together, they came up with the tsunami buoy. They did not call 1-800-TSUNAMI buoy and just get a complete array. So there's tons of really interesting stories. They don't have to be the big stories, but little pieces of the puzzle could be so interesting to so many people. I miss my job at NOAA. I do, because I miss working with the scientists as closely as I did. I envy you as government science communicators. Bravo to you, and bravo for using plain language. So here are the books and the article I mentioned in my talk. And if you want my recipe for the dark chocolate cake, you can go to my website, www.pressherejg.com, and I posted a link up there, and it is delicious. So thank you very, very much. And we do have some time for questions before I turn it to Suzanne. Perfect. Perfect.
Right. Our next science communicator is Susanna Murley. She's a communications specialist with the U.S. Department of Energy's Solar Energy Technologies Office. Previously, Susanna was the digital media director for the Solar Energy Industry Association, where she won a Gold Communicator Award from the Academy of Interactive and Visual Arts. So put your hands together for Susanna.
Hello. So yes, I am Susanna Murley, and I am a contractor with the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Energy Technologies Office. So like what I assume many of you do, I work with a lot of scientists and engineers to try to better explain what they do, and to talk about the solar industry and how fast it's growing. And one of our key challenges is also trying to explain what are the challenges and opportunities that come with that additional solar energy on the grid. You've just heard about some really fantastic science writing. You've also heard about the importance of accuracy, but I think probably what a lot of you get is this kind of language to start. You know, the acronym, of course, has it's energize, but the EN is included, and they seek near-term.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. And it seeks near-term, commercially ready, and highly scalable distribution system planning and real-time operation. Blah blah blah. So this is what you get, and what this is a the description the engineer puts out, trying to solicit applications for funding opportunities. So we're giving out millions of dollars in research funds, and this is the way they want to communicate about it. And of course, the engineer tells you that every single word is crucially important. But what this is really saying is they're looking to fund tools that would allow grid operators to scale up solar on the grid. And to address those challenges. So how many of you have had your power go out? All right. So, and how do you think the utility knows that your power has gone out? They don't. They only know that if you call them and you let them know. And for me, learning about this was kind of a mind-blowing experience. I kind of imagined this giant map on in a wall somewhere, and like a red dot, showing this is somebody's power is out. But no, they have no clue. And this is a challenge for solar because, you have people not only using energy, but generating energy. And so understanding how power moves through the grid, and especially with two-way power flow, in order to maintain reliability, the grid operators need to know. So they're looking for tools to try and provide those management tools to utilities, and to help and those tools would help enable more solar to be on the grid. And so so you figure this out after interviewing a lot of your colleagues and you go back to the engineer and you say, okay, I think this is what you're trying to say. And then what you get back is this infographic. I don't know if other people have received this as well, but this is from the XKCD website that basically just says, it's a plain language explanation of what a rocket is. So it has some fun things like things to help people escape really fast. Sorry, I can't read this here. Place where fire comes out to help team escape. One of my favorite is the people box. It's the place where the part that goes along to give people air, water, computers and stuff. Lots of fire comes out here. But I, taking it somewhat seriously, does this really communicate well to the audience? Does it tell the audience what they really need to know? And I think this is the issue. I think scientists like to get into the details, and they think they need to explain every detail in, every term needs to be explained. So what we did was this. We created an image. And so this is we call them identity graphic, and it's basically, we're describing the challenge. We're about 1 million solar installations right now. We're going to several million in the near future. And so we're working to solve those grid operations challenges. It's not just, so what people I think typically think the solar office does is PV research. What's the next material that's going to better convert sunlight into energy? But this is, we're trying to communicate, this is different. This is about communicating between those things and how that energy gets onto the grid. And we also created this situational awareness graphic, and basically talked about all the different ways that we can get information from the grid, what kinds of tools that are necessary, like remote fault indicator, advanced inverters. We can actually get information from your smart thermostat. Some of these other tools, if they're integrated, utilities can better understand what we're working with. We also did the traditional suite of tools, web page, email blast, social media posts, those kinds of things. What this does is when we're talking to our engineers and you're taking their content and putting it into a different context, I feel like they're much more willing to sort of let some of it go. They understand this is the kind of thing where we're going to take it and communicate it in the best way that we can. As communicators, we then establish control over the medium, and I think get more buy-in that way. But managing those expectations, especially when we're talking about technical issues. So this is what we do for every project that we have in the office. So each project that we fund gets this page, and it really is having some sort of clear template for every single piece of content is really important when you're talking to these engineers, because what you're trying to do is focus them on the information that's important. It's not a long description of jargon, but we're just focusing on. So this project from Carnegie Mellon is basically working to develop a tool that would help manage all of the different smart meters, solar storage in your house and better optimize it for your energy use. And so the details just provides the who, where, and the money, because pretty much if somebody's trying to figure out what's going on with the project, they need to know how much money we're spending on it. We also included the awardee cost share, because one of the things that one of the big communications issues that we deal with is people think of us as a grant agency, but no, we give competitive awards, and awardees need to provide funding as well. We have an overview, what the problem and the thing is, the approach, how they're going to solve the problem, and the innovation, basically why we're funding it, what's new and different here. And what this provides is a focus. Instead of going deep into the details, describing the part that goes along to give people air, water, and computers and stuff, it focuses on the key details and allows you to strip away the parts that aren't necessary. And it also is designed to provide the plainest language on top. So the very top of the description should be very understandable to anybody. If you want to get more detail, you can keep scrolling down. We also, at the very bottom, add presentations, links to reports, those kinds of things as the project moves along, so that people can learn about the impact of that funding. So how do we get to this? We provide a template to the awardee first. They provide that information. It goes to my team. My team will edit that and try to put it into plain language, but what we're left with usually is a lot of questions. And so that goes to our technical expert in the office, who then tries to answer the questions. We try to incorporate that into the description, and then from there it goes through all the reviews, which we don't need to go into right now. What this does is that it provides that we have accurate, detailed information on each project that we do, and that allows us to do things like this project map, which we can detail all of the project, all the project locations, where they are, what status they are, the funding opportunity. We also have a downloadable database on the project map so that anybody can look at, you know, if we're funding a lot of money in a particular state, or if they want to look up who's, you know, what projects have we given to Arizona State University. This is very useful for researchers, journalists, lots of people, just, you know, concerned citizens that want to know more about what we do. Those pages also feed into program pages and resource pages, which are different ways that we list different projects in a particular area, and then also helps us write these kinds of success stories. So this is a success story on a project that we did with CAISO, First Solar, and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, where we tested a large PV and solar storage plant, and we're able to show that it could provide reliability services similar to a coal plant or any other baseload plant out there. And so we write those success stories. We link to the project profiles. We create other content, like this is pretty much a slide that our director would use to describe the project. Some other tools that we do for establishing, that we use for establishing some consistency is the, you know, this is one from that we actually have from our parent organization, the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. It's very helpful for parent organizations to also push out plain language guidelines, because you can then enforce them. But it's really surprising when these engineers are writing a funding opportunity, and I think the most common thing I say is the one on the top right over there is explain why we chose this particular topic, and our readers don't assume that our readers know that we've been funding perovskite research for the last 10 years. They don't know that. So you have to explain that, explain why the average person should care. They think that they need to just talk to their colleagues, but you know, what's also important is having clear explanation of why we're doing something, and having these guidelines beforehand and being able to share that with them, and then refer to it when you're enforcing that, I think allows you to get more done. The other thing that we do is we maintain a very simple style guide. This is most of it. It's one page front and back, and it basically lists out how you say our name. Yes, you need to spell out kilowatts, how to do dollars, some of these basic things that I think as editors we probably deal with on a very regular basis, just to try and wrangle some of that before you even see it. And then one thing that we started actually this year because of another plain language training that my team participated in was we created a brand voice. And so, you know, we decided it was a visionary authority. We were able to maintain this across not just the project profiles and our web content, but our blog posts, social media, and other content, newsletters. And we're able to share this and say, this is why your pop culture reference may not be appropriate right now. We actually have a document that we can refer to. So if there's one thing I'd like you to take away from this is I think it's really important to develop tools, templates, guidance documents, those sorts of things, to provide clear guidelines to people. And it really helps you change the conversation from look what you're doing to my precious language to how are we better communicating about this. You don't really need to explain every detail about how a power system works if you're just talking about, you know, what it is, what it does, and why it's worth funding. Okay. And I think now we're going to take some questions. So Jana, if you want to come back up.
And oh my gosh, where did the microphones go?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, thank you.
So your style guide is remarkable for fitting on one page.
Yeah.
Did it start as a larger document that you fought it down to one page? And if so, how did you do that? And have you found it more useful and more usable for your engineers and other technical people after the fact?
So the DOE has a lot of style guides that it has that we can provide, and they're very lengthy and long. But what we decided to do was take out the most common errors that we see over and over again and add that in. So I got really sick of changing, 5K to 5,000, and so just added that in there. And so it was mostly just the most common things. And whenever we're going through a big push, like when we're writing a FOA or something like that, then we remind people by handing it out again. So we use it mostly in the beginning. Other questions?
Wait till you get the microphone.
The style guide isn't online, so she asked if I was going to share a URL for the style guide. The style guide is not online, at least the offices isn't, but I'm happy to share. I'll share with Catherine, and I'm sure she'll send it out with the slides or something.
Hey, just quickly, you're doing things with engineering that might be with startups and things like that. So I imagine some folks that are very technically literate and others that are not, and how you balance that in your approach.
So the non-technical folks are actually much more fun to work with because I think they understand that what you want is really the impact of the work. And so they're, oftentimes very anxious to work with us and proactively reach out to us. So another thing that we do is we have a list of the different types of content that we can work with an awardee on. So we can work with them on a success story, a blog post, and social media. We can assist them with their press releases, that sort of thing. So we put that all together in awardee communication guidelines. And then we have different questionnaires. So for a success story, we ask them to, tell us what the impact is, and is it measurable? If so, can you give us the data, that sort of thing. So we do a lot with trying to really guide them to provide us the information that we need.
I have a question for Jana, which is, are you finding that agencies are doing better, the science-oriented agencies are doing better with writing in plain language, or do you find it more of fits and starts around the government?
I think it depends. I think fits and starts would probably be the best way to describe it. But what I am finding, which is very helpful, is a lot of the young scientists get it. They have either grown up with or they're used to using social media. They're used to explaining their work. A lot of places, universities now are encouraging scientists to improve their writing or take some sort of communication class. So I hold out great hope for the future for science communication. In my experience, some of the let's say, I don't want to say older because I'm older too, the more mature scientists, they're pretty much set in their ways. This is the way we've always done it. But, you know, there are some little pockets of people who really understand the concept of what good is your science if nobody understands what it is that you're doing. And when I was at NOAA, they didn't want to talk to me as the public information officer. They wanted to talk to the person who had gone to the Arctic or who was on that research ship or who was in the lab dissecting some sort of unusual fish or who was inventing or coming up with a new sensor or something like that. So, you know, having these people be able to communicate their work is just so vitally important in your jobs as science communicators to help translate that that work for those people who don't want to do it and help those who do is just so vitally, vitally important.
Thank you. Other questions?
One of my favorite magazines I've started looking at is Paleo magazine. And in that magazine, there is a section where they have a reporter who goes through the recent reports, the recent medical things on food and how that affects people and their diets. Do you see that from the scientific community going to more magazines such as Outside Magazine, or would you like to see that happening?
It's hard to say because, you know, the thought was that with electronic journalism, paper magazines were on their way out, newspapers were on their way out. Sadly, we are seeing a decline in newspapers. But I am seeing, if I'm using my, you know, supermarket survey correctly, I'm seeing a lot of magazines, a lot of different magazines. So I do think people still like having that tactile experience of holding a magazine, flipping through the pages, tearing out a recipe or something like that. I would say, you know, try to find as many outlets as possible that would be appropriate to promote or to include your kind of science. I mean, that's wonderful about Paleo magazine. I didn't even know about that. But, you know, Astronomy magazine, there's tons of science magazines out there that are also good outlets. Podcasts is another amazing way where you can actually hear people's voices. You can, you know, hear birds chirping. You can hear the crunch of somebody's footsteps on the snow. You can hear the excitement in somebody's voice when they're talking about what they recently discovered or experienced. So I would say take advantage of any outlet you possibly can.
Is it on? Mm-hmm. Okay. I work for EPA and was formerly in the Office of Research and Development, and so we did a lot of those kinds of things that you're talking about. At one point in the heyday of the communications staff, they actually had a political appointee who came in and said out loud as part of his principles of operation was that if the world doesn't know about what you're doing, have you done it? Have you actually done the work? And so he actually spent a lot of time and money building up a science communication staff for the first time in the agency's history. And it did really well. I think, you know, it's still functioning. However, you still had staff within, you know, senior staff within the organization who would say, well, what do they do? And I think part of the problem is people don't appreciate that communicating well is labor intensive. But also, I wanted to ask you, did either one of you actually could address this? Do you have any tips or tricks or ideas for how do you circle back to the organization to inform them of the value of communicating well?
First, from my experience, I wanted to have a seat at the table at the executive meetings. I went immediately to, I was in charge. I had 7 labs in my portfolio across the country. I went out and met all of the lab directors as well as the communicators and showed them, here's how we can help you promote your science. Be in their faces. You know, I made friends with the scientists, and it was easy for me to make friends with scientists. I was a newspaper reporter, so I asked questions, and you know, nobody likes anything more than to have someone sit in front of them and say, tell me what you do, you know, and just don't ask really questions, just let them talk. And you'd be amazed at what you know. And then show them the value. Say, look, we had a really great, you know, piece on NPR, or we had this great newspaper piece, or, you know, one of the scientists was speaking at, you know, a pub crawl or something like that, a science night. Show them the value of, yeah, people are talking about what we do. Sometimes it's going to be negative, but for the most part, it's going to be pretty positive. I mean, we had some scientists who, I worked at the end of the Clinton administration through Bush, you know, W. Bush 1 and 2, and most of Obama, and it wasn't all a bed of roses. So sometimes there would be scientists who would say things that the administration was not happy about. That really wasn't my problem. The scientist was telling the truth. But still, you know, it is a challenge, but sometimes you've got to actually go to them and say, look what we did for you, you know, or here's some opportunities for you, and get a cadre of scientists to kind of back you up. One last thing, and I'll let Susanna continue. When we had scientists who were coming out with the first papers, early papers on ocean acidification, and that's the changing of the ocean chemistry because it's absorbing all the excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And this was during the Bush administration. It was going to be on the cover of Science, so that's like a really big deal. You know, we were working with Science to do a press conference, and the word came from up high that no, we were not going to do this. And I said, well, you know, it's going to get out. Long story short, the administration relented, and we did a fabulous press conference with Science. But one of the things that I treasure to this day is a letter from the lead scientist who wrote to both of my bosses. Jana really went out on a limb for us to make this happen. That to me was just so rewarding. And from that day on, that scientist was a staunch supporter of anything that the communications office could do for him, his lab, his program. It wasn't a pleasant time, but it was an important time. And the kicker was that when I had to go back and tell him, well, we're not going to do the press conference, he says, you know, I spent 20 years of my career collecting all this data, going on all of these ocean surveys, you know, carrying up these little Niskin bottles and analyzing the results. And I said, well, you know, damn it, then a press conference we shall have. So, you know, you do have to kind of go out on a limb, but as I said, it's definitely well worth it. And as Cynthia said, and even Susanna, public is interested in this. There is an appetite for science, and they also want to know how their tax dollars are being used. So good luck to you.
All right, thanks, ladies. Unfortunately, we have no more time for questions.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much, Jana and Susanna. Thank you.
Susanna yammers on again.
So, a critical part of communicating in a digital world is to ensure your audience is happy with their user experience. How seldom does that truly happen? This is where user testing and real user feedback come into play. Our next speaker, John Whalen, is an expert in using psychology and design thinking to identify what customers want. Finally, John is a partner, Psychological Insights and Innovation at Brilliant Experience, so we're so happy he came to shed his light on us, and he's the author of Designing for How People Think, Using Brain Science to Build Better Products. And I think we may have a few interim slides, so let me just get to that. And we've got some solar things which are extremely exciting, but we're actually going to listen to John now, which is equally exciting. I didn't know if you had seen this. All you have to do is hit this.
Okay, got it.
I know I promised a clicker, but our clickers disappeared.
Not to worry. Well, thank you all so much. And a shout out to the people way in the back. I'm impressed that you're still here. I'm thinking about you too. Great. And so actually, just so I get a sense in the room, how many other psychology left-handed PhDs from Canada are? Okay. Okay, got it. So actually, my point here is to think from the other side. So a lot of you are producing content and trying to make sure it sticks. And, you know, we do lots of things. We're watching people try to find how they get information and how they're representing it in their heads. And so I guess in plain language spirit, I would say that we might be helping you with plain thinking here in a moment. And actually just, you know, in some of the conversation that Cynthia and others have mentioned, we are actually doing a large study with a large top 5 technology firm in Mountain View, California, that's what I'm allowed to say, that anyway, we're getting hundreds of data points, actually thousands a month, of how people are trying to find information of all sorts, and both scientific and not. So happy to talk to you more about that another time when I can. But, and also I just wanted to say that, yes, I did try to communicate how it is that we all think and how we should use that in our writing, in the way we represent information, and how we get things through to people. And so really what I wanted to do is give you a little feel for that and user experience. So, and you know, normally in a group where I have customer experience or UX kind of folks, and they say, hey, what's the user experience? Then I ask. Okay, now this is the rare breed where we got one answer. Normally I get dead silence, right? Crickets. So which is good because it's not always as clear what words mean. So fair enough. So let me give you an example. So I'm right before lunch, so we're going to do a lot of show and tell. First of all, those of you, so some of you know exactly what this is. Wonderful. I want all of you to be quiet for a moment. Is there anyone else who just say, you know, who you know isn't an expert in furniture? You know, what is this thing here? What word you would use? A recliner. Okay. Okay. And someone else had said actually the name of this thing, and I'm going to leave it alone. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get you not to say it. That's okay. Can't resist. Cool. So let's suppose we want to go buy this chair online and we want to get going. Or recliner. I'm sorry, recliner. So we go to Design Within Reach, which is a very cost-efficient furniture store, depending on your mentality. But I don't know if you were expecting to see this on the screen, but if you were going to go look for this chair, I don't know, or recliner, where I know what's the first thing you try to do when you're trying to buy this here? Okay, so someone might search. Okay, so I think I can see the search, though my 508 people might not like search as contrast, but other people might have gone to maybe one of the categories of information there, right? And so they're looking at these, and so hopefully eventually you get to living. I'm just going to keep you moving here. And so let's see, you said recliner. So the options are classics on sale, living room collections, sofas, sleepers, lounge chairs, ottomans, accent, storage, and view all. So didn't really nail exactly what you were looking for, right? And so this is, you know, thinking about plain language. We didn't quite hit it. So if we made it to this chair, we finally got our you know, fought our way there. And it's actually, it looks like it's a bargain price of $5,295 to $7,295. So it's really, you know, this is a steal. We got to get it now. So, so what do you do to buy this thing here? Okay, so those of you who aren't in the audience, we're hearing rah, 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 rah. So it's not sparkling clear, right? So there's, yeah, so it says size, standard or tall. What does that mean? And then there's select your shell. Well, that sounds a little intimidating. And then there's upholstery and color. Okay, well, maybe I can get that. And then, of course, let's just suppose we like it the way it is. We didn't want to mess with all its settings. So we buy it by, right, putting it in your cart. I would love to put it in my cart, and I do that by, okay, right, so it's off the page. Okay, okay, great. You know what, let's say we found a buy button, and great news, it's in stock, and the one we selected is only $6,595. Wonderful, it's great on a government salary. And so you know, just before we actually hit buy, is there anything that we, you know, if you're buying a, you know, almost $7,000 product, is there anything that might be rattling through your brain here now? A warranty, okay. Shipping and handling. I was thinking like it gets all the way to my house and they've got it on the truck and they just are moving it off and like, boom, you know, scratches or something, what happened. So yeah, what, the other thing that someone else said, excuse me, I have someone else in my household who might be very interested and I'm buying something for $7,000. How am I going to sell this to them? So anyway, so there could be a lot of things that are going through your head through this, right? We heard language, we heard how do I get to the right thing, we heard about decision making, worry, concern, values, all kinds of things. So I guess my point here is that we talk about the user experience, and my argument for you today is that it's not a user experience, it's actually many pieces that go into that experience. So I'd say that it's both multidimensional and multisensory. And I'd also say that there were lots of pieces to this. And I want to just expose you to these, and any of you who actually have a background in neuropsychology or neurology, I hereby apologize, but again, I'm trying to communicate to my audience. And so these are some of the major components that I want you to think about. And so let's go through them, and just to give you a feeling for each one quickly here. I know we don't have too much time. Okay, go. Yes, of course. Sorry, we need to get our, so the term is slideys in, right? Take your picture. Okay, cool. So let's talk about each one of these briefly. And obviously we're here at Plain Language. I'll focus on language, but I want to give you exposure to the others too. Great. So let's introduce these things. So the first is vision and attention. And I just want to give you, obviously you all can, or many of you can see this. And so there's that. With attention, I used to give the example of, you know, if I met someone and, you know, years before this person wound up being down Pennsylvania Avenue, I'd say, well, you know, you might want to meet this person, you normally shake their hands, you look into their eyes, but, you know, because that's what's polite to do. But really, I'd wonder, what's that stuff on the top of his head? And so I might have my attention in one place and my eyes other. But in any case, generally your eyes and you know, vision and attention follow one another. And so I don't know if you know, but actually the way that you know, part of your visual mechanism is really there are two separate streams to this. And so one of them is really, if we're looking down and to the left, we're like literally, are there lines in our, you know, is there a figure in ground? Where are there things that are lines that go together? Maybe those are shapes. Maybe there's colors that are associated with that, which is done separately. And maybe if you put all those things together, you might recognize an object or a specific object. And in contrast, there's where is this thing? So I just want to give you a feeling for each of those, and we'll keep moving right along. So I think the first thing, and we need to get to this quickly just because it's the most important part of the slide, of this whole talk, is, you know, which is a Chihuahua and which is a muffin. Okay, so I want to thank Twitter for exposing us to this wonderful opportunity. Okay, so you've taken a little look here. Hopefully you can tell that some of these happen to be muffins and some are Chihuahuas. Great. So somehow you accomplished that, right? So thinking about that, you know, I wanted to ask you, you know, what steps your brain took to determine, you know, which was which. So could I just have a brave volunteer just tell me a little bit about what you were thinking and how you felt like you've determined. Okay, so I've got someone right here. So what I'll do is, actually, sure. Do you mind just handing her the mic for a moment? I'm sorry, I didn't warn my colleagues in presentation. We were going to
consistency in the distance between the dark blobs.
Mm-hmm. So okay, so you were looking at that, and so once you got that consistency, what happened?
The Chihuahuas are consistent between the space between the eyes and the nose, and the blueberries were all over the place.
Okay, thank you so much. And so
also just to interrupt, if it had a muffin tin liner, I was pretty sure it wasn't a Chihuahua.
All right. So one of the things I wanted to say, and thank you for being my guinea pig and brave volunteer, Actually, my colleagues are sitting with me. There's a book right there. If you don't mind, no, not your book, but the one I brought. Yeah, could you pass that to that lovely young lady? Thank you. Okay, wonderful. So what I wanted to say is that there are many processes in your head that happen that are, and you know, you did your best to understand what was happening, but there are many things we actually don't have conscious awareness of. So we actually don't even know they're happening, or we can't be good at describing them, right? So all of us who were in some of the history of psychology was like, oh, I'll just think about thinking and then I'll know how it works. And that is great for some parts of thinking, but not for others. So what do we do in those cases? And I'll talk to that in just a sec. And so let me just give you a little bit of the, so we talked about the what system. So is that a Chihuahua muffin? And so what is the, how do we find things in space as well? So what I want to do here is just give you a feel for this. So I'm going to show you a picture, and I want you to clap if you see either news topics, McCain, or Soviet. So, and the good news here is if you can't see anything and you're feeling embarrassed that everyone else has clapped and you haven't, you can just clap and I won't know. But let's go ahead and give it a try. Okay, here we go. Okay, so news topics, McCain or Soviet. So if you see one of those, I want you to clap. Here we go. And so you can clap once, not just keep clapping. Okay, here we go. Okay, we don't recommend this site and user experience yet. Okay. Okay, I've tortured you enough with this site. Okay, and actually, by the way, this says havenworks.com. I ask you not to go there. It will try to launch a virus. It's gone, mercifully. And shockingly, it's a political site. Who knew? Okay. So now, you're like, well, that's not properly designed, and it'd be much easier if it was, had, all my visual designers like, come on, if you give me a real design, it'll be awesome. So let's look for a minimal, modern, and entryway. And again, you'll clap if you see any of those. Here we go. Okay, so you're still fighting a little bit there, right? So it's not, I just want to let you know, it's not obvious. And the other thing is that where you're looking, so if I, so actually if you hold out your two thumbs at arm's length, that's about 2 degrees of visual angle. That's where you can see most clearly. Anywhere beyond that is quite fuzzy. So all of you have love of books. I want you to go back to your bookshelf at home and look at one particular book and try to read the one that's 2 over. And you'll be shocked to find that it felt like it was really clear, but you can't read it. So just to let you know, that conservation of words is really important. Okay, great. So I just wanted to say, bottom line is that there are a lot of things that are automatic and fast and impenetrable to what we call introspection, thinking about thinking. And there are many cases where what we perceive is not what's really there, and we can help to acknowledge that. Okay, so that's vision and attention, and we're just getting started. So let me keep us moving. So with wayfinding, yeah, I'm gonna, you're going to have to ask me about this later. So I'm going to tell you about this one. So actually, can I borrow your mic one more time?
Wonderful. Okay, so I have 2 daughters, and the younger one came home, and she's a pretty mild-mannered, calm kind of person, and she was like, oh, I can't believe this. Oh, I'm so mad. I was like, Johnny, what happened? Like, your teacher yelled at you or some horrible thing with your, and they were like, they changed the navigation on Snapchat. And so the deal here is that we all learn how to navigate in virtual space, right? And it comes obvious to it. And so the CEO of Snapchat thought, wow, what a great idea. Let's make this better for older folks like me to navigate, and we'll have it so, everyone can use Snapchat. Well, it turns out it totally broke it for these people who had a way of thinking in a matter of processing. And gradually over time, they brought it back to the original, so they could still have a IPO. And so anyway, it's an interesting phenomenon. So we all have ways that we imagine where we are in space and how we can navigate it, and simply have to watch people work and ask them about it to learn about this. And we can also watch even where they're looking, or ask them what they're looking for, what are the words you're looking for, to help us with understanding what they're really thinking about. Okay, great. Carol.
Here, I'll just keep, I can, no, go feedback. Okay, yeah, okay, that'll be fun. Okay, so what I wanted to say here was that there's actually a huge part of our brain, our parietal lobes, that are devoted to representing space that we often underutilize in our virtual worlds and all the things that we do online. And so I think there's a great opportunity to use that, and also just to learn about where people think they are in space, and maybe you've got a huge amount of information on your website and how they think they can get from one place to another, as opposed to how they really can, and maybe helping to adapt your sites to those things. Okay, great. So we've talked a little bit, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of flying by, but I want to give you a feeling. So we've got attention, and we've talked about vision and attention, and also about navigation and space. So let's talk a little bit about memory and semantics. And my key point here is, it is amazing how fast you go from actually having a word or a specific object to representing that in an abstract representation in your head. So let me just give you a couple examples. So, you know, you all, how many of you have had a penny? And how many do you think have been exposed to pennies for more than 20 years? Okay, so you know the answer. This is simple. So the real penny here is, okay, so here's what I do. When we have more time, I get everyone to close their eyes, and I get them to vote for, you know, the first one on the first row and so on. And the votes go like this. Everyone thinks there's something different. Okay, so the answer is that you're really struggling, right? And so, but you all have words, so maybe this isn't fair. So since you do words, yeah. So, okay. So we got some good guesses here. No one's willing to shout it out. But it's interesting, right? This is something you've seen maybe millions of times as great readers, and yet you know the concept and you're struggling with what's the surface features. So I just wanted to give you that sense of when you do your writing, they go very quickly to what's in their head and their representation that they're working with. And we want to know what that is. Okay, cool. Does anyone want to tell me which? Oh yeah, it's bottom left. Okay, good try. Okay. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. I take that back. Top right, I'm sorry. I was looking at it wrong. You are correct. It's the top right. Thank you so much. Okay, good. Appreciate that. We're going to work together and figure this out. So the one thing here is that we go from some sort of perceptual representation, or the actual words that were written on a page, to very quickly to some sort of abstract representation. And so we need to know what it is that our audience is really using as their representation or understanding of the idea. Okay, great. So we finally made it to, you're like, oh, language. Okay, good. I'm home. Okay, so let's take a look at this just for a moment. And so I'm a small business owner, and so I went for my yearly exam with my my insurance person, and you know, he looked over me and said, how's your pluck doing? And I said, don't look at my pluck. You know, how dare you bring this up in, you know, a common space? Like, so pluck. Anyway, later I learned that was an umbrella policy, and I was okay with it. But at the time, I was like, no. But I think the point is that you all know is there are many cases where you've got a term of art that is wonderful and used by this very exclusive club that they would like to share with others, but they struggle with it, right? And so how best to actually use the words that humans use as opposed to what experts use. And so similarly, you know, my background's in cognitive neuropsychology, so you know, you might hear of like a mini stroke or something and recall it, you know, a transient ischemic attack, or a TIA, and you know, where Homer Simpson goes right about there, you know, is you know, the anterior cingulate gyrus. And so, or, you know, if you're thinking about something and you go a little lower, then you're the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, or DLPFC. It's so obvious. So, so I think the point is, you know, and you might say, hey, that's like the middle of your forehead. And so we really do need to know what words our audience are using. And so actually, we worked with NIH.gov on this problem too, and it was really interesting with some of the actually neuropsychologists that we worked with. So it was a little frightening for them because I was both the UX person and I understood their world, and so I was like, whoa. But what we did is we fought to the, there was a little bit of picture swords and sparks, but eventually we got to where they were willing to have, I don't know if you can see my mouse here, the appropriate words, and then also what other mere mortals, I like to call them, use as the terminology for the thing. And they're like, oh, but it's not a mini stroke, it's something different, that's not accurate. And I'm like, right, but we need to get them to the accurate information, and they might learn about what these doctors are saying as well, about the fancy terms they're using. So bridging that gap is one of the things we try to work on very hard. Okay, cool. So the first thing there is we want to know the customer's level of sophistication in their terminology and try to work with that. And really that's one piece. Another is, this was a diagram actually made of when we met with folks and talked to them a little bit. In this case, this was for, I have to give you examples I can show you publicly. And so this was for a high-end credit card. They were trying to decide, hey, what's really luxury to you, or what's this? And so the answer is quite different for different people. So here, for example, is like, hey, what's a weekend like for you? And so, there were some people who were, pretty well off, and they were young folks, just married maybe, or and no kids. And like, oh yeah, weekend, that's travel and dining and movies, and oh, the gardener's taking care of things while we're having brunch and we're going to the hotel, and it's, oh, everything's pretty and we're restaurants and golf, and oh, it's so busy. And then we had the folks that, had young children, are like, yeah, it's soccer, kids, and yeah, soccer, and wow, time goes fast. And so anyway, you can just see from these little wordles, which are not the most scientific representation, but it gives you a feeling for the notion of weekend was very different to these two audiences, right? And so we want to know what that word means to them and what they associate with that word. Okay, because also the folks in your building might associate, take any of your scientific words you're thinking about with something very different than you do. And so we also want to meet in the middle well, you've got a great concept and deep and rich understanding of a concept. We want to know what your lay audience is thinking about that and their misconceptions and stuff, as we heard earlier, to try to address them. Okay, great. So, so we want to know the words they use, and when we can, use their meanings to draw them in, and then keep them learning. So I do want to say that we very much try to use not the way those words are used in the building, we try to use the outside of the building representation so people can search for things and find them, and later give them that more sophisticated concept of what we're talking about. Cool. So, and I just wanted to give you a sense of sometimes there are specialized groups. So, so I don't know, is there anyone here who can, how many of these words do you think you know? One? Okay, I got a 1 or 2? Three? Okay. Does anyone know what POGI is? I used to buy the boat. If I go on the POGI, then that's the unemployment insurance. So anyway, I wear my toque and I'm a real keener, so I get up on the eavesdrops, and yeah, anyway, you see where I'm going. Okay, so you don't necessarily recognize any of these terms. Okay, cool. So I do want to say that sometimes we do a great job. So I actually worked with the Department of Transportation, specifically this is FMCSA, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. And this was, they've got a very complicated law on what drivers should be doing. And they're like, hey, to comply, you can do these things. And so rather than giving them the, this is in CFR, chapter, they said, hey, here's what we'd like you to do. And I thought it was a great example of let's use the words that the audience can respond to and really react to. And so we need to know those. Or, for our lawyers, we have something a little more familiar to all of you that's, anyway, yeah, subsection such and such, And sometimes it's actually true that, so I've met the lawyers that do this kind of research, and they actually feel like they need the sophistication here to understand exactly what is legally compliant or not. But my drivers don't do as good a job with this. And so trying to meet people with the language they use, I guess is my point here. So adjusting the language when appropriate. And I agree that in many cases, This is not ideal. And I think in some rare circumstances where you're deciding on the legality of a decision, maybe a lawyer needs something like this. But in many other cases, that's not true. Okay, cool. So I really want you to know what words customers use. So first of all, the kinds of things we do is say, tell us about insurance. And we try to stop there and let them come up with terms that they use. So we understand what words they use. Then we say, oh yeah, the mortgage or umbrella policy, what's that? And so we try to learn what it is that they believe that is. And then we try to understand their level of sophistication and use that for our writing and our concepting. Okay, cool. So the other pieces that I wanted to just make sure you're thinking about as you're deciding on your writing too are a little bit about decision making and also about emotion. So let's talk about decision making and problem solving first. So I think this is a really good example. This is an escape room. And so how many of you have been to an escape room? You know what we're talking about? Okay, someone says, I've heard of them. Yeah, escape room. Is that like a meeting? Okay, so the deal here is that you go voluntarily into this room. It's locked by the people that you paid, interestingly. Says something about the people who go, right? And then your goal is to figure out how to get out. And so the first logical thing is, oh, there's a padlock on the door. Great, let's look for that key. And then you see a key about the right size like that in a cabinet with glass, and then you realize, oh, that's locked with another combination. Oh, but wait, I see there's some writing on the wall. Maybe that's a clue to what that combination is. And so my point is that you start with one goal, and then you make a sub-goal to achieve to get to that other goal, and so on. So you've got all these little steps that you're working along. And so in our psychology world, we call this your problem space. So you try to imagine you try to first say, I think I'm here in solving my problem. I want to get to here, the goal state, in solving my problem. And I think currently that I have to do these steps to get there. So they kind of work backwards, right? And so we want to know when they're trying to accomplish a certain step, what's the information they need, what's the information they're looking for, what are they trying to solve at that moment, and what would be most valuable and what format would that be in that moment. So this can really change over time. Okay, cool. So we literally do a lot of thinking and believing here. So we want to know where they think they are in this problem space, what they believe the goal is, and also how they think they can move towards the goal state. And so when I say all this, it's like, well, it's obvious. They're like, in another world, I want to buy a house. Okay, great. Well, you want to buy a house, so it's so simple. And so, when we meet young people who are, first-time buyers, like, oh, well, I met the person whose house it is, and if I can give them a lovely poem and they can show them that our dog is like their dog, and, it will love prancing in the backyard, and we're going to treasure those blooms that are out today. And really the person who's their real estate attorney is like, I wonder if that's a clean title and what their score is, right, for their mortgage. And so you might think your problem space is one thing, but it might be something very different your consumers might think it's one thing, it's the other, and we have to take the people on that journey of understanding to get more sophisticated sometimes. Okay, great. Cool. And the last thing I wanted to say is that it's not all cut and dried. And, in cognitive psychology and cognitive science, we first tried to study, well, we're studying the minds. We're not going to mess with that emotional stuff. So it turns out that's actually relevant. So, so if you're going car buying, it's probably, pretty much, exactly like this, right? So you're, everyone's calm. And so, yeah, not so much, right? So, for some reason they deprive you of water, they make you wait, and your kids are like falling off the chairs. It's like, if the insurance people saw this, they would not like their plump. So, so my point is that once you get to a point where there's a lot of emotionality involved, and this could be a big decision like buying that $6,000 chair, or it could be making a big decision to hit the go on this press release, right? It can be anything in what you do. And my point is that the more emotion is tied to things, the more you're going for simplistic ways of thinking, and the more customers respond to very simple language. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind too with what you're working on. Okay, cool. So I think we've made it. So let me just give you a sense here of how we, great, John, there's these 6 minds, and actually I gave the reason I actually broke down and wrote my book was I did a South by Southwest talk, and after that, I had like the head of innovation from Lufthansa and all these cool people meet me, and they're like, love this stuff, it's really cool, we all need to do it. Sure wish I was a psychologist and I knew how to do it too. Anyway, see you later, bye. And I was like, no, wait. So, and you know, my first step was to hire me, but you know, that didn't work. So anyway, my point is I did try to communicate in this way that's valuable, both what is it and how can you use it, and what, you know, what happens when you apply it. And so that's how I wrote my book. But in this case here, I just want to give you one case. We actually redesigned PayPal.com. And so in this case here, we know from vision and attention that, you know, basically the darker or more visually interesting things are going to draw your attention. So your eyes are going to go to this picture. And secondarily, there's one thing that stands out there from the picture, which is that writing. So we know you're going to go to businesses, sell more with PayPal. The next thing we did is actually that picture doesn't look like IBM. It looks like a couple guys making a, you know, doing something in a coffee shop. So it's about small businesses. So we're trying to give you that concept in your head. So you're thinking small business land. And then right after that, we said, hey, what all is on this page? Here's the navigation for not only this page, but the site actually, and trying to give them a sense of where can I get to from here? So we don't have that Snapchat problem. And actually, the other thing I'd say is that we did a wonderful, something remarkable happened when we did this project. We met with consumer, you know, their target audience, and they said, well, you know, either I want to just, you know, use credit cards, like we had this awesome person who had ultra premium ice cream in Silver Spring that we interviewed, and so that I encourage you to try. But she was like, I just want to, you know, be able to use credit cards on my website or in my store. And other people said, hey, I want to get to the last 10%. I've got everyone doing credit cards. Now I want to do PayPal too. And they literally said, I want to offer credit cards in PayPal, or they said, add PayPal to my checkout. So we actually used exactly the words that we heard from our audience on the website, and the marketers left it. And we're like, yes. So anyway, it was clear and communicated the idea. And actually, they wound up redoing some of their product line because of the way that people were thinking about how their businesses worked and what the needs are they would have. So they really did listen in this case to their target audience. And then lastly, we've got you know, businesses that use PayPal sell more. Ultimately, these people with their emotions were thinking, man, if I can just get this one more thing, that's that boat I'm hoping to do, or the trip, or getting that college fund, you know, built up, or I just look cool, whatever it is. But that's, you know, their drive. And they're like, oh boy, if I do this, I have to sell this to my partner. And so right under here, yeah, actually you're going to increase it 27% of this, and there will be 1.8 times of this, and so on. So we try to give them a, you know, a logical rationale that goes hand in hand with that emotional content. And it was actually the right thing to do for this audience. So together, I just want to say, even on one page, I can show you how you can think of all these 6 minds in one spot. So great. So really, I want you, as my goal for you and all of your UX people, to get to the why. Why are people doing things? So literally, what's attracting their attention? Where do they think they are in space? What are the words they're using? What's the level of sophistication they have? What do they think they're trying to accomplish? What decision are they trying to make? What are they feeling about this? And what are all these experiences they've had that are going into their assumptions they're making about how this is going to work? Okay, cool. Good. And everyone done their slides? Okay, good. Well, that is really what I wanted to cover. And I actually am on, I had some coffee, so I'm on time. But I wanted to say, please do join me on LinkedIn or just email me, and let's continue the conversation. But thank you all for being people who are plain language folks to think about plain thinking as well. So thank you.
I have a quick question, maybe it's slightly off topic, but have you ever used the psychology of color when you're doing this, and how it affects behavior and decisions using blues and greens, you know, more calming, trusting colors versus reds and things that could cause, you know, excitability or distraction? Do you ever incorporate that into this?
Yeah, so the question is about psychology of color. And actually, yes, we do try to, you know, first of all, we are, sometimes our hands are tied. We're here, you know, GSA, we've got the blues for that, or anytime we're at a bank, that means it's blue. definitely, you know, we try to put that in context of all the other experiences they have within that way of thinking. So if they're banking or they're doing whatever they're doing, and use the ones that might stand out when we need to draw attention to things. So it is true that how all of us tend to think, you know, I remember having an interface that had, they kept wondering why the system was broken, and kept losing data. And it turns out when you went to the interface, it said save, and that was red, and then they had, you know, delete, and that was green. And so, and that was because, you know, red, lucky, and green, death. And so, you know, the person who made this software thought that was a wonderful choice, right? And so in America, that wasn't the best. And so the reverse would be true, you know, where he is. So, or she is. So I think the point is that we definitely try to think of how the users represent this information and their thoughts on not just thoughts on color, but their experiences to help drive our decisions. And that's one of those pieces. Cool, yes.
So for our website in particular, we have a lot of different stakeholders that come, whether it be patients that want to sign on to clinical trials, or even media people who are looking up information for our scientists to, you know, write a story or whatever the case is. And we have a lot of external people who are trying to find out what our scientists are doing to potentially collaborate with them. So how can we, you know, there are a lot of different users and a lot of different user experiences, and we've sort of tested this, done some user testing, but everybody sees things so differently. So how can we sort of all integrate that in one? Right. I know that's a hard question. I'm sorry.
No. We worked with HP, and you know, I landed in Silicon Valley and showed up at their big conference room. They're like, "Thank God you guys are here. We've got 43 personas. What do we do?" And so the answer is you don't worry about all 43. You look at your statistics and start there. But you know, we do have to use an 80-20 rule at some point. What we have done though, so I mean, both NIH, I think actually you might be at NIH too. What we did with NIH.gov in any case is to try to think about who the biggest target audiences were for these different sections, and then make sure the name of that section is beneficial to that audience. And then we go in there and it's organized the way that human thinks of things. And so even when we worked with neurological disorders and stroke, the Institute, NINDS, we wound up having it where you could get to a, and you know, if you go to Medline too, this is similar. Basically, it says, here's the you know, Alzheimer's, and then here's a bottom line description of this thing. If you're a scientist, let's go over here and talk papers and grant funding and other things. If you're not, let's talk about clinical trials and others. So we did try to quickly separate out our target audiences in that way. Similarly, that Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, you know, the last thing, I promise you, the last thing those drivers wanted to see was anything about rulemaking. And so like they were like, please, you know, go ahead, you know, drill in here. Just don't give me, you know, rulemaking. So we very quickly said, you know, 4 drivers, and then gave them their site. And we had the, you know, 4, you know, rulemaking over here. So we did try to get people quickly to their neighborhood, and then that neighborhood often looked quite different. No, it's a good question.
Any other questions for John? Oh, in the back up there.
Very brave. Any more questions, or could we go to lunch? Yeah. Oh, I think right behind you. Yeah.
So I believe her question was, what is a POGI?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So very important. So yeah, POGI is actually, it means you're going on unemployment insurance. So I am going on the POGI, yeah, so anyway, that was a very important one. If you want me to go back to the 12 Dozen Muffins, we can, but it's in my book if you want to buy the book. Yeah, so I think the point there was that sometimes there are these terms that even the drivers had, for example, in driverland for the rules on when you can drive and not drive. And so should we actually incorporate the, you know, that slang, or we think about that slang because we think of what the concepts are they're going to associate with the words that we tend to use. And so there actually was a point to all that. And so, yeah.
So that was a question in front of me, but I actually had a comment.
Oh, okay.
I was just very, I think, politely asking your question for you. That was a question, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is going to make me sound way more competent and knowledgeable than I actually am, but I have done the following things in my life. Set up a library in Brazil, done some web design, including a little bit of like card sorting and that kind of fun stuff. Records management, plain language, and I'm getting put back into that, accessibility for persons with disabilities, and open government. Every last bit of that, it might sound like I've done 20 different things, and can I settle, please? Every last bit of that is about access, right? And I just wanted to thank you for being here and having that conversation be bigger than just the language portion of that, because in the end, every last one of those components matters as much as the other. So thanks a lot for coming.
No, thank you. Well, actually, you reminded me. I had a note here to say something to all of you. So one of the things we do is actually seeing how we worked with thousands of millennials actually on how they get information. And so I just want to give you the one very brief story, I promise. So the one person, oh yeah, I'm going to Houston, and they lived in Atlanta. And I'm going to Houston, and I want to find a good restaurant. So, you know, they used, okay, I heard Google, Yelp from the audience here. Yeah, they use Pinterest. Okay, so the deal is that they were actually very good with hashtags, so they could get to like Houston restaurants, and then they realized, oh, I can see pictures inside the restaurant and pictures of food, and these tend to be coming from the people I know, so I can trust them, and I can know, oh, that person is like this, so they really like these kind of barbecue places, so I'm going to like it too, or I'm a vegetarian, so I really won't. But the point is that they were using a completely different terminology and technology than all of you were. And so we always learn when we do just watch people solving their problems on their own, whether it's scientists or these lawyers that get paid, you know, $1,000 an hour, or millennials. It's really interesting. And unfortunately, I don't see as much of them using paper. They're, you know, and just to say it too, it's like video. I know it's depressing, but it's true that these millennials were looking straight to YouTube and doing searches and stuff for things as well. So just to acknowledge that fact, not that plain language isn't important. But, and the interesting thing there actually is that they have real struggle to search, right? So there is no way to search on an idea yet really well in video land. So there's an opportunity for us in language to be the drivers of some of that.
Hello. Hi. I actually have a question from Tori Hall, who's online. Does your book explain how to figure out how people think via focus groups, surveys?
Okay. So very briefly, this was not meant to be a pitch deck, but the bottom line is that yes, I've 1/3 of it. So to my point about that talk I gave, 1/3 is about what is the brain science you need to know in kind of a fun way. 1/3 is actually how do you actually interview these folks and get this information without being a psychologist or having an eye tracker, and about 1/3 is how do I apply that to actually what I'm doing in writing or websites and interactions and so on. So I guess the answer would be yes, definitely. So there was a question in this area too.
Yeah, so using the driving analogy, looking at these 6 brains, and they're driving through life, and which of them decides I'm going to text now or I'm not going to text now?
Yeah, so the question was kind of like, it's an interesting question in psychology. So really, who's in charge here is the question I think that you were driving at, and the answer is yes. So yeah, we're in Washington, so I can say it depends. So yeah, I mean, for example, we see enormous influence of emotion when you should be doing something very logically. For example, there can be ways that your attention is drawn to something else, or you have a concept in mind of how something will happen, and you've got expectations about that. And so those expectations are violated. That gets to emotions, which gets to your language you're using and problem solving and so on. So I think that the point is that it actually is quite complex. So knowing, for example, how your eyes are moving around in space, right? Actually, someone in your head is making that decision, but it's not always you. And so it's an interesting phenomenon of really who am I really. Anyway, we'll get to the philosophy of psychology at lunch. And so anyone who wants to, we want to talk about blank slates versus preordained. Anyway, it's a long story, but thank you very much. I appreciate all you thinking about this.
right, you just got a little smidgen of the wonderful powerhouse that is Annetta Cheek. She is our next speaker, and I mean, she's a international plain language rock star. She's the reason I'm here today. She's the reason many of you are here today. You know, she was the co-founder of Plain. She was the co-founder of the Center for Plain Language. She has been the force behind making the Plain Writing Act a reality. Annetta is joining us today to discuss her work establishing a multi-language international standard for plain language under the International Standards Organization. How cool is that? That's very neat. All right, so I'm going to stop talking because Annetta is going to be amazing. So, Annetta. Thank you.
Well, when I started in this back in '95, if we had 15 people in the room, that was a crowd. So I'm glad to see you all today. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so we'll go here. I have to give you a little background about this before we start talking about the actual standards. So there are in the world, in plain language, as far as I know, 3 major organizations. One is Clarity, which is an organization of mainly attorneys, believe it or not. Exactly. Attorneys dedicated to plain legal language. Of course, sometimes plain legal language is not exactly what I would call plain, but I've been assured by attorneys that it's a lot clearer than regular legal language. So, and they are the only ones, by the way, who have a paper journal. So if you're interested in a paper journal dedicated to plain language, you need to join Clarity. Then there's Plain International, which started in Canada and then became international. And I think of that as mainly an organization of people who do plain language for a living. And then there's a Center for Plain Language, which is based here, which was founded by several of us who were at the time in the federal government trying to do plain language. And we were asked by Plain to put on their annual conference. Well, of course, when you're a Fed, you can't sign contracts, you can't take money. So we formed a 501c3 so that we could do those things. And that was about, when, 2003, is that right? That long ago? Or 13? Okay, well, there you go then. It must have been 2003. And that's located here. And if you aren't a member of any of these, shame on you. Frankly, you should belong to all of them. I do. So look them up online and join. So in 2009, these 3 organizations set up what was then just called a working group. And today we call it the International Plain Language Federation because we developed a piece of paper that said that's what we were called. And there's the, oh, and I actually have that, don't I? All right. Is that going to do it for me? I'm trying to get there. There we go. Okay, so there's the website. We just had the logo redone. And it might be of interest to you. You cannot join this. It is a federation of organizations. So then if I go back here, is that right? Yep. Let me back to my, I want it to be right here, but I want it to be a slideshow. Present. My version is older. Okay, so that's the federation. It's formed by the 3 organizations, 2 people appointed by each organization, 6 more people selected by the first 6 to represent different languages, different specialties, and a chair. And the chair, I am the chair. In 2013, we completed the first task on a list of about 10 tasks that the 3 organizations set for us, and that was to develop a definition of plain language that would work across languages. And frankly, that definition is based largely on one that Ginny Reddish popularized many years ago, although she said she did not write it. Somebody else wrote it, and she just popularized it, but we just remember Ginny. So, and there's the definition. I won't read it to you. You can read it yourself. As you see, it's not about active voice or pronouns or lists and bullets and reasonably short sentences, and so on. It's about the reader. And then lots of things happened. And then in 2017, the group made a commitment to develop an international standard for plain language. That was sort of a scary proposition. Keep going. There we go. No, that missed something. Is that really the next slide? There's a... Well, yes, okay. All right, I guess it is. I have my paper over there. Okay. So we have a standards committee. That's, if you really, really wanted to, you might be able to join the standards committee. And the standards committee recommended that we do the standards under the auspices of ISO, the International Standards Organization. I wasn't overly enthusiastic because the bureaucracy that was going to be involved sort of horrified me, having retired from the federal government, you know. But that's what the committee recommended, so I went along with it. And in Montreal at the Clarity meeting, if you don't know, there's a plain language international conference every year. 1 year it's put on by Clarity, the next year it's put on by Plain, then Clarity, then Plain, and you really should belong because you get to go to lots of wonderful places. I've been to Mexico City and Vancouver and Stockholm and Dublin and Sydney and Lisbon and the north coast of France and Antwerp. Anyway, lots of good places, lots of good conferences, one every year. And if you're in it in the government, maybe they'll even give you a little money. Maybe. I don't know how money is anymore. I used to get a little money, but that was a long time ago. So, and you'll see most of the same people, whether it's Clarity or Plain. The attendance overlap is about 80%. So, and in Montreal in 2018, the attendees, which were about 220 people, endorsed the concept of doing standards and endorsed the idea of trying to do them under ISO. And the reason they want to go to ISO is that ISO standards would be far more influential than anything that the plain language community could put out. You know, frankly, they're just more important than we are. And they have a lot more clout than any of the three organizations or the Federation would have. Let's see. Okay. So what is ISO? I don't think I put that up there, did I? ISO is the International Organization for Standardization, and there's the URL, which easy to remember. You can go there and look at it yourself. It has 164 members, and the members pull together experts on all sorts of things. Mostly you would know ISO from standards for things like plumbing fixtures and air conditioning systems and airplane whatevers. For most of its life, that's what it was about. And then more recently, it has gotten into what I consider softer stuff. It has over 22,000 standards, and one of its most commonly used ones is the 9000 series, which is a relatively recent series about organizational management. Some of you may know about the 9000 series. I see a lot of people nodding their heads, yeah. Okay, that's good. So what do we mean by international? Our intent is to produce a standard that applies to most, if not all, languages. That's somewhat of a challenge because we don't have people working with us representing all those languages, but we do have a fairly large advisory committee with people from a lot of different languages: Hungarian, Portuguese, Spanish, Chinese. We're sort of missing Africa, so I need some people from Africa to be on that committee. Anyway, we want to try to keep what we're doing at a level that's general enough that it applies to all languages. There can be later levels down in the standards that would be applicable to specific languages. And most of what's in the federal plain language guidelines, which hopefully you all use periodically, most of that would be at a lower level. in these standards. And just a little side note, we're probably not really doing standards, we're doing what they call a technical report, because in a standard, you must use the word shall in ISO. So since that sort of, you know, makes my brain curl up, we can do a technical report and avoid that word. They're not nearly so touchy about it in technical reports as in standards. If we ever go to a standard, my goal would be to have one shall right at the beginning. You know, to ensure your document is in plain language, you shall, and then never more in the rest of the document. So we want the top two levels, principles and guidelines is what we're calling them, should be language neutral. And I want to emphasize that because we would offer all of you the opportunity to give us some suggestions about what the guidelines and techniques should be. And if you're providing us with a guideline, we want it to be language neutral. So we don't want you, you know, you need to think, you know, is this good for all languages, not just English? It's hard to step away from that. Let me go down. Okay, so what's happened so far? We were hooked up with ISO by one of our Canadian advocates because there was going to be a meeting in Montreal. Okay, back up. I'm on the next page. So we presented the proposal in Montreal, and at the same time, Clarity published an issue of the journal with a whole bunch of articles about international standards. If you're a member of Clarity, in fact, if you're a member of the public, you can get most of their previous journals online free. That one's not there yet because they wait 2 years to give their members the benefit of a 2-year lead time. So the attendees endorsed the concept, and then most importantly, in March of 2019, just a few months ago, we talked, a couple of us, the chair of the Standards Committee and Christopher Bomford from Australia, and myself, spoke to several members of ISO Technical Committee 37, which is called Language and Terminology. Something that some of you folks really should probably take a look at. Most of what they've done so far is with translation, with hardware dealing with language, but they also deal with controlled language, language registers, which I have never heard of. You can research it yourself on there. And I think I have, there we go. Here's their website. And you can Google this very easily. Just do ISO space TC37. And I'll let you read for yourself what they do. And they have a bunch of standards that they've published, and members. A member is a country. And then they have 5 subcommittees, the top 5 there on that list. And as we discussed it with them, they decided that we didn't belong to any of those, that we would be working, if we did it at all, we would be working directly under the top level of the committee, and later on maybe we would get our own subcommittee. Now, going back to this. All right, where is present? You have to help me with that, sorry. Scroll up. Oop. You seem to have done it, well done. Okay, well, I'm right. Okay, I did it by accident. Best way. So, as a result of that phone call, we were invited to present a proposal in Ottawa this June. Christopher came from Australia and I came from here. He stayed all week. I just stayed a couple days. He's a very charming gentleman. He can talk anybody into anything. So he spent the whole week there schmoozing, one of his best skills, even though he's an attorney. And on the last day of the meeting, the group voted to endorse the project. Now, all that means is that it gets submitted to all of the TC37 members, not just the ones who were there. And they go out with a ballot, And then that runs several months. And as a result of that, we will know whether or not they are going to support this as an official ISO project. It's now out for voting. It would have normally, because of when it went out, it would have closed on the 29th of September. But since we're giving a presentation in Oslo on the 26th of September, they agreed to close it on the 25th. So we will know the evening before our presentation whether this has been endorsed or not. We are relatively optimistic about this because everybody at that meeting was favorable. So we think it will happen, but of course you can never be sure until it actually does. So what we have so far is we're calling it a model standard. More a model than an actual standard to present the structure as we would see it happening. So there are 4 principles, several guidelines under each principle, and several techniques under each guideline. The principles and the guidelines should be language neutral. The principles are mandatory. The guidelines are not. Under each guideline, there's techniques. Some of them may be language neutral. Some of them may be language specific, and they are optional. And then, of course, lower levels with things like case studies, best practices, examples. What the committee is doing, our goal right now is the top 2 levels, the principles and the first level of guidelines, because you can't take all of this on at one time. So the 4 principles are based, 3 of them are based on the definition. I do not see these changing. I would be surprised if they changed. The other one, the first one, is that you're giving them what they need or want. That comes from my background in the federal government, where we are in such a bad habit of giving people what we want them to have, not what they want or need. All those web pages, hopefully there aren't as many anymore that are dedicated to your assistant secretary with his picture up there. It's like his personal page on Facebook instead of a federal government page. Anyway, you can read these for yourself. As I said, these have been around for a very long time. I think you'll see these reflected in the federal plain language guidelines. There's nothing new here, and like I said, I do not see these changing, and all of our international advisors have assured us they all work in their language. Okay, so a few examples of guidelines. So again, I'm not going to read them to you. You can read them for yourself. Again, hopefully these all fit with any language. Ready to go on? And here's a few examples of techniques, so that's interesting. I had that grayed out, and now when it's translated into GSA speak, it's come out as bold instead of grayed out. Again, anything here should be satisfactory to use with any language. So, what's next? Well, obviously, we're waiting for the ISO. Then we will be presenting that, or not, as it were, to the Plain Conference in Oslo on October 26th. Anybody here going to Oslo? You're going to Oslo, I know that. You guys are going, yes. September, yeah, September. Soon. Very soon, right? Coming right up. See, more of you guys should belong to these organizations. Who doesn't want to go to Norway in September? And in the meantime, we will develop the document further with the help of this community and other plain language communities. Obviously, we would do this document whether or not it is endorsed by ISO. If they don't endorse it, we'll do it anyway. We just won't have that nice imprimatur. How do I say that? Imprimatur, yes. I've been away from academia too long and the government. So that it wouldn't stop us, but it would be unfortunate if we didn't get ISO backing. Actually, ISO backing has a few downsides, which I had intended to tell you about. Once they have accepted it, they will form a working group. The working groups are appointed by the members of the committee. So that is the countries appoint the members of the working groups. We will not control that. Australia is the one who made the official proposal to ISO for the project. Christopher has worked very closely with Standards Australia, and it is likely but not certain that Christopher will be the project leader. We've also worked with our good friends around the world in various countries, and we hope that there will be a handful of regular plain language people who get appointed by their governments to the committee. Probably the woman from Mexico, the guy, excellent guy from Portugal, someone that we know in Norway, someone we know in Finland, but we can't be sure because the government organizations will be the ones to appoint the committee members. So how you can participate. Officially commenting would be through through the US's official standards organization, which is right here. ASTM is the official, it's called international, but it's the official US representative to the ISO. You have to join it. It costs $75. And then if you do join it, see, I have it written down here somewhere, something to tell you to remember. I can find it. If not, you can always email me. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. There's a subcommittee that you have to sign up for so that you come to the attention of the appropriate people. That's what I get for not being clear. Anyway, you can always email me and ask me about that. I think it's F43, Subcommittee 96. So when you sign up or anytime later, you can elect to join these committees and subcommittees, and that would be the one you would have to join. If you do that, I definitely want you to email me and tell me so that I can draw you to the attention of the person who runs that committee for the US. And she will put you on her mailing list and you will get all sorts of junk. That one thing that I found about this whole structure is that the forms suck, the directions suck, the organization sucks. It's all really bad. I mean, the standard, requires you to use shall, and you go downhill from there. When I was doing the version that Catherine sent out to you in an email, which is the current official version that looks like this, with proposal stage on the top. And I spent more time with formatting than I did with writing, far more time with formatting than with writing. All sorts of little rules. No periods at the end of bullet, no punctuation at the end of bullets ever. The first and second level have to have specific word headings so that the table of contents picks them up, except for section 3, which is definitions, in which case only the top level gets in an official heading because they don't want the individual definitions listed in the table of contents, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on and on. It's also fully justified, and I took that off and tried to sneak it by, and nobody said anything yet. Because most of the lines are short, so you really can't see it. Oh, now here's a page that I didn't take that off, and it is fully justified. Oh, hard. I'll take care of that. I don't know what we can get by with. I had a long discussion about shall, and that's when everybody said, no, you can ask for an exception. It's not very likely, but just do a technical report instead of a standard, and then you can use whatever you want. So here's ASM and ATSM, excuse me, ASTM. And you get a wonderful magazine that has stuff in it that you almost certainly don't care about. But lots of interesting stuff. It's a new subculture for you to get interested in. Light sport aircraft training and e-learning course. Okay, back to this. So since you all have these papers, oh no, here's this. Since you all have these papers, you have the URLs and you can go to ASTM if you are interested in joining. So you can always email us. You can email me with some comments and suggestions. But, you know, I don't know how we will end up getting those to the official committee. So if you really, really want to be involved in this, and it is something that this community should care about, you have, you know, you really should join ASTM and become an official U.S. member of the committee. So we are currently seeking comments through a little SurveyMonkey survey, and you guys are the guinea pigs. We haven't used it yet, so feel free to write to me with comments about the survey, as well as the comments that you're going to submit to the survey. And the survey's asking you to, well, first off, it'll ask you which of the 3 organizations you belong to. And if you don't have any, I would recommend you put Center for Plain Language, since that's here in DC, and then by all rights, you should really join. And we're letting you make, I don't know, it's 4 or 5 suggestions. We want to keep some pressure on this. We do not want this product to end up 600 pages. Nobody will read it. One project I worked on for a while until they gave up was the Army Munitions Manual, which is about transporting and storing and disposing of munitions. It was 600 pages long, and no one read it. No one read it. And we asked them, well, how does they get the information passed on? Well, the guy who was in charge, you get a new guy in because the other guy's going somewhere else, and he gives the first guy a couple hours instructions on how to deal with munitions. And nobody ever looks at the manual because it's too horrifying. And we do not want plain language standards to be like that. We all know, as plain language people, that shorter is generally better. Maybe not all the time, but generally it's better. But when we write our own stuff, then we tend sometimes to forget that because we have so many important ideas to put in. So we have 4 principles. They're staying. We want 3 to 5 guidelines under each principle. We don't want every single guideline that we can think of. We want 3 to 5 techniques under each guideline. We don't want every technique you can think of. So by forcing people to give us a limited number of suggestions, we hope that that means you will think carefully about what you think is the most important to achieve the goals. Well, okay, aren't I? And I'm just about done. So please respond to the survey by a week from tomorrow, because I want to be able to look at what you give me before I rush off to Oslo. So it's a short survey. Of course, there is some writing involved, which is also will take me some time to look at. So please respond. And like I said, if you have any comments on the survey, you can write to me directly. And if they get to be too many, I'll send them on to David and he'll help. He has nothing better to do. Okay, does anybody have any questions? No?
There are some online questions, Senator.
There's some online, okay.
Yes. And maybe this is just a general question that you can help with. I work with the deaf community who uses sign language to communicate, so I'm racking my brain on how to use plain language in English at a lower grade level, as English is a second language for that community, and their first language is American Sign Language. So I assume the same principles for plain language in written format applies to sign language, just like it would be in a spoken language. Hope this is clear. Any tips and or feedback?
Okay. Yes, I would agree. I mean, and particularly when you're looking at what we're trying to do here, which is at a fairly high level about the writer's relationship with the reader, or with the translator's relationship with the translatee, whatever one calls them, I think those would all apply, because they're all talking about putting the person that's receiving the information first and doing it in a way that benefits them the most. So that would certainly apply. Now, when you get down to lower levels, the more detailed technical levels, then it would have less applicability. But I would hope that, and in fact, I'd love to get feedback on whether the person asking the question thinks that our top level here would apply. Another one? Is that the only one? That's the only online question? Okay. Somebody's standing up. That must mean they want something. It's a good way of getting the microphone. Yes.
I'm just sort of curious about the difference between principles, guidelines, examples. For example, certainly in English we would say keep your sentences short, keep your paragraphs short. And I'm wondering whether that's language specific at all, or whether that is sort of a more general, broadly applicable principle.
We think that one is general, but it's definitely one that we would ask our advisory committee about.
Mm-hmm.
See if anyone said, oh no. The question is, what's a reasonably short paragraph? That may differ language to language, but I think grouping information in understandable clumps, which is what reasonable short paragraphs is, I think that applies across languages. Mm-hmm. There are some that it's sort of hard to decide where they belong. I mean, the principles are obviously at a very high level talking about the relationship between you and your reader, or you and your user.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I can see that something like avoid passive mostly could be more generally stated as make the doer really, really clear.
Right,
like
right,
that.
Right. Anything else? Nope, all in, all done. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is, again, also from the Center for Plain Language on the federal report card. And since 2012, the center has evaluated federal agencies for their compliance with the Plain Writing Act. You may have this excitement every fall in your, Center board member and Georgetown Assistant English Professor David Lipscomb is once again leading the report card preview this year. He is here with us to brief us on what to expect for the year. So, take it away, David.
Thank you. Thank you. And I should first say that following Annetta Cheek at a plain language event has got to be the equivalent, the plain language equivalent of following Beyonce. She's the queen, but instead of the queen bee, we've got, the queen A of plain language, Annetta. She really is, a first name basis in the plain language community. And what I'm going to talk about today would not be a topic here, if not for Annetta, because what I'm going to talk about today is something that came about as the result of the Plain Writing Act of 2010. And while she will try to spread the credit, and I know she will, but if you talk to people who were involved, they will all point to Annetta, and that that the Plain Writing Act of 2010 would not have happened without Annetta Cheek. So anyway, just an applause again for that. All right. That's a cheap trick to build off of Annetta's credibility. That's a way to do this. I do intend to be quick today. I'm going to just answer these very quick 3 questions. A lot of you are familiar with the federal report card. Think of this as a quick review. I'll try to make that fairly straightforward. Talk a little bit about what we did last year, and then a little bit more about what we're going to do this year, and then answer some questions, because I really want to get a sense of what you all want to know. Just before I begin, how many of you have been involved? Just raise hands. How many of you have been involved with the federal report card, either as a judge or as someone who in the past has submitted material or has had material graded and has been involved in that? All right, great. And next year, Joe Siddle will be able to raise his hand. He's going to be a judge this coming year, and he's really excited about that. Thank you. It's a volunteer position, and so you'll be well paid. Yeah. Also, just want to just as long as I'm doing a few shout outs, just a shout out to Mike Coogan, who's here in the front. I embarrass you, who helped a great deal with last year's report card. I had as judges, we had a difficult time initially locating plain language officers in a number of agencies, and Joe and Mike worked his network and did a great job for us. So thank you, Mike. So what is the federal report card? And again, we have to go back to the Plain Writing Act of 2010. An important law, and is everybody here? I mean, I hope to God everyone here is familiar with the Plain Writing Act. Yes, yes. One of the things that I would love to know at this point, because we are approaching the 10-year anniversary of the law, is within government, what percentage of employees are aware of the Plain Writing Act and are aware of their responsibilities under the Plain Writing Act? We don't know that. Anybody want to guess? Yeah. No, it is a mystery. And one of the things that I would love to figure out is a way to get at that number, and ideally get at the number get at the percentage, awareness percentage, among those whose job involves communication with the public. Now, granted, there are a lot of employees whose job does not, but for those, select, I would guess 25, 30% federal employees. We don't know. Right. Very optimistic. Really? Okay. But it would be nice to know what that number is, that actually know about the law. Not going to review the law in any detail, but I will mention one little bit about it, which the fact that it has no teeth. At the very end of the law, there's a little bit here that says, no provision of this act shall be construed to create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable by any administrative or judicial action. Okay. That's also why we're here. So this gap in the law, and this is the only way you could get it passed, correct, Anna? This is the only way that it...
It's the only way, yeah, it's the only way we could get passed. I mean, it was such an unusual law at the time, it's not the kind of thing you see in legislation. It's not the kind of thing you normally see in legislation. It was considered pretty unusual, pretty soft for what you see in legislation. There was no way we could have gotten any kind of provision in there to enforce it. And I mean, we didn't go in thinking that we could. At the time, we were thinking that the best use of this would be for people like yourself who are embedded in the bureaucracy, who would now have something to point to all those managers that were opposed. And actually, it did work that way pretty well, I think. And then coupled with the report card and the award system, the center tried to provide a sort of carrot and a stick to help with the enforcement of the act. And overall, I think it's really done wonders. Really, it's changed the government, and it's very hard to change the government. And there's still a long, long way to go. But like I said, when we started this, 15 people in the room would have been a crowd. And the fact that there's this many people here today shows that this is working. So,
on the other hand, I tell people there's a plain language enforcement squad. So, you know, don't disabuse them of this idea.
That's right. Absolutely, and this leads into the part of the squad. Those of us who are responsible for the federal report card. Now, the federal report card has two components. Compliance with the Plain Writing Act, which is the administrative end of this, and just making sure, and I'll actually go into it in a bit, and then the writing quality. For the compliance end, we take a look at staffing, training, and reporting. The requirements for a web page, annual compliance reports, and Joe, I think you're going to help with this year. Yes, excellent. And that's going to be a big help. And then for the writing, we use the center's rubric, which we also use for a number of other programs that we run. And you can see it, understanding of audience needs, style and voice, structure and content, informational design and navigation, pictures, graphics, charts. It all starts with audience needs. I think that what we heard from Annetta makes that absolutely clear, that Annetta approaches so much of this in terms of access, readers' rights even, and this is also what the federal report card is about. What we graded last year, we obviously are limited. We have a limited number of volunteer judges. We try to vet them carefully. So this year for the report card, we'll have 15 judges. And so we are limited in terms of what we can judge. We can only take a small sample, very small sample, 2 pages out of the thousands and thousands that any agency produces. So it is not in any way a fully representative snapshot. We acknowledge this, but it is a snapshot. Last year, we looked at the very important pages, the home page of every agency that we evaluated. We evaluated 23 or 24 last year, and the most visited pages, selected based on internal data from each agency, full year data, most visited pages. Grades dropped. And there were a number of reasons, but we saw a real connection between the compliance, the overall organizational compliance with the law, and the writing. The big story was turnover. And we, a lot of the people who had been trained in plain language early on after the law have left government. And there are probably a lot of new faces in this room. And there are a lot of new people in the positions required by the law. And we saw that really borne out and the cost of that in in the actual writing grades. So what we also heard from you after last year, it's a good thing that every year we call attention to plain language. And the judges' feedback was helpful. And this is probably, the most, underreported part of the report card, the value of the feedback that you get from judges. But everyone agreed that it's too limited. Obviously, 2 pages out of the thousands that agencies produce. We can't do much about that one. We are limited. And which that would be good. Yeah, we're all volunteers, just as I know everyone in this room is a volunteer. So we can do something about the second piece listed here under bad. What we grade changes too much every year. And for the first 8 years that we were doing this, we were changing, we'd grade 2 pages every year. We'd select 2 pages, and then we would change and do 2 completely different ones. We decided that henceforth, we are going to revisit one of the pages that we had graded the previous year. So this year, we are going to once again look at the most visited page. This gives us a chance to see whether or not folks have improved. And I've already taken a peek, and there's some really dramatic improvements, and it's heartening. It's wonderful to see. And folks still have another month before we're going to start grading. So that is something that we would very much like to see top grades. We would love to see A's here. The new piece that we're going to grade this year, urgent help pages. And I want to say a little bit more about those and why we chose those. Looking at what we have graded in the past from infographics, others, we felt that one thing that we hadn't done was look again from the position of the reader and say, gosh, do federal agencies give the public information in plain language when minutes matter most? Okay, so what that means, that we were looking for the kind of information that a member of the public would seek in an emergency situation, in an urgent situation, anything from losing a passport to, gosh, a hurricane is coming. And so we devised an approach, worked with Ginny Reddish pretty closely on this, and came up with what we think is a good approach here. We identified the topics initially through looking at news engines, ready.gov, USA.gov, others, talking to Catherine, talking to a lot of different folks, looking at Google, and coming up with a long list of potential topics on which the public would go to a trusted government source for emergency or urgent information. Next step was to identify which agencies the public would go to for particular topics. And then we identified a page that the public would go to by topic by Googling a phrase users would likely use in such a situation. All right. And what we came up with. For the State Department, help, I lost my passport. We began every search with help veteran thinking about suicide for the VA. DHS, an obvious one, a very current one, given what's happening with Dorian. Help, a hurricane is coming. by August 1st, a month ago, a little over a month ago, we sent emails to all PL contacts naming their most visited page and the urgent help pages that we had chosen. So at this point, I've heard from most of them, almost all of them, and verified that they have received it, that they know what's going to be graded, given them the timeline in the last month, and we've got another month. I'm answering questions, fielding questions from PL contacts, making sure that our list is as up to date as possible. On October 1st, we begin grading. This is about a month behind our usual schedule. There are a number of reasons for this, one of which is the fact that many people are going to Oslo. And these included a lot of our graders, our volunteer graders. So we had to do this in October. And then in November, early November, and this date is tentative, we'll release the report card. Okay. That's where we are, and try to keep that very brief. Questions on this?
When you're talking about going back or comparing the most visited page this year to last year, you're looking at last year's most visited page, not the most visited page from this year, because it may be a different page this year.
It's a great question, and we're grading the exact same page. So if it has changed, we're not. And we're using a snapshot from the Wayback Machine for our comparison. But it's the exact same page. We're not changing, and in fact, I've had requests, a number of requests to actually change the page, but we're not. We're grading the exact same one.
Thank you. So you mentioned the two pages, the help page, which I think is an amazing idea, because that's really where we need plain language, and then the page from last year. Are you still evaluating home pages as well? Would there be three pages?
We're not.
Okay.
We're not.
I was going to say, because home pages seem to be in our stats going down as people come directly from Google to find the pages they want.
Right.
And I just have a curiosity question, having come from commerce. When you asked about the hurricane, why did you go to Homeland Security instead of Commerce, which is where NOAA and the National Hurricane Center are located?
That's actually what came up.
Oh,
and ready.gov, ready.gov comes up for that at first, before, well, it did when we were looking at it. Hurricane.gov, which I didn't even know about back then, but that's what probably comes up right now. Right. No, I learned about hurricane.gov fairly recently. And it's great. It's a wonderful resource. Although, frankly, as much as I love the National Hurricane Center, all right, I'll be careful. I'm going to stop myself there. I think, all right. I think, yeah, good. Moving right along. Other questions?
David, we have one online from Gene Atkins. Against what rubric do you grade? Who are the graders?
Sure. Okay. Well, I go to, oops. Come on. I'm just going to get to the center. I'm not used to I have a Mac, so using other computers is very difficult for me. I'm just going to go to the center so I can get
Fine. There you go.
Thank you. The quick answer is that we use the same rubric that we use for the Clearmark Awards and that we've used for the federal report card for many, many years now. It has changed slightly over the years, but certainly not in the last 2-3 years. And I've sent it to all on August 1st when I sent out everything from identifying the pages that we're going to grade. I also sent along the rubric. So everyone who's involved in this should know the rubric as well. As far as the 15 judges, we look for those who have experience judging, those who have experience plain language. These are people who have the kind of knowledge we need of the rubric as well. In this room, we have 3 judges at least, and I'm not sure if there are more. Mike Coogan, sitting in front here, who has long experience in the plain language community. Annetta Cheek is one of our judges, and Joe Siddle, who is a new judge. So these are people from our community who have proven themselves to be experts in the field.
Okay, I have a question. I was reviewing a bill a while back, and it was for the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience IDEA Act. And one of the comments I made, which came up through a set of frustrations on my part in dealing with our revision of our websites within our own agency, was a lack of search engine optimization, which means basically that when websites or pages are changed, that the links within those pages that were there previously take you to the new page. So when people save a web page in their favorites, even though they save that web page and the web page is updated or refreshed, it will take them to the new page. And that is something that I really strongly believe needs to be implemented. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
It's not. Tangentially, I mean, one could argue, I'm not going to make that argument, but one could potentially argue down the road that search engine optimization is part of the first verb in our definition, which is we provide readers what they need, but so that they can find it, understand it, and use it, right? You could argue that that's part of find, making it accessible, making it easy to find. We haven't done that. Okay, so I think that's an interesting topic to bring up. That's all I'll say.
For when you're grading agencies, since some agencies are very large and have a lot of sub-agencies,
yeah.
Do you evaluate the sub-agencies and then roll up?
We don't currently. I'm sorry. I mean, in a sense, we do with the most visited page. For instance, we mentioned commerce. Last year, the most visited page within the domain of commerce was weather.gov. And that will be graded again for commerce. Okay, so yeah, I mean, within transportation, obviously the FAA is very different from the parent transportation.gov. We get it. Very different training programs on other things. If we can expand the report card, it would be great, wonderful to get into some of the sub-agencies. Okay.
But raise your hand so they know to bring your microphone. Okay, go ahead.
David, when you're evaluating the most visited web page, if the page happens to be one that requires an account to interact with it, how do the judges handle that?
Well, we haven't run into it yet.
I think you probably have.
Not according to the data that we got from each agency. I don't actually know what it was. I mean, I can't give you the name of we left it up to each agency to give us the data and help us identify with the data the most visited page. Now, for Social Security, for instance, that led us to the main account page for Social Security, but that's what we evaluated.
My agency, it's checking on a status of one's case. So the person checking on the status has an account, and that person then uses their account number. So
David,
a judge wouldn't be able to get out and get in there and search.
Go ahead.
A long time ago, long time ago, before you were involved with this, we did have a couple instances, and the agencies gave us of the page, and I don't know whether the data was real data or fake data, but the setting was real, and that's what we used. So we did deal with it once a long time ago. I don't even remember what agency.
Hey, David, I can jump in here. I know exactly what John is talking about. So,
what is the agency we're talking about? It's DHS Justice.
It's DHS.
DHS. And the immigration case.
Check case status. Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So I just want to make a comment that if the judges could really read the blurbs that the agencies provide, because we explain very clearly that hey, this is an entry page. People actually have that number, and they put that number in, and then it takes them to a page which actually has a lot of information. The feedback we got back was, there's nothing on this page, it's not helpful. But it's kind of like, well, if you read the blurb that explains what the reason for the page was, I know I'm being snarky here, but I'm just saying. And we could talk offline, but I just want to make sure, and I know how hard it is to judge.
No, it is, this is a kind of helpful comment that it would be great to have when we're doing it. Why didn't you say anything?
Well, I mean,
why am I hearing about this now?
Well, it's more dramatic this way. No,
okay.
But we'll talk about it offline. But I did send you a note, I think, last year.
We've been as transparent about this as we can be. Okay. All right. We'll talk offline. Come up with a good solution.
Okay. So on the topic of transparency, I think you knew coming into this room we're going to pressure you just a little bit.
That's great. That's great.
So I come from Commerce. I'm now at a different agency, but with the rubric, so for example, at Commerce, the plain language spot was a political spot. And so after the old administration left, the new administration didn't fill it.
Right.
But that's not really something we as the actual people who put stuff on the site have any control over.
Right.
And you guys, since you don't have a contact, have no one to talk with.
Right.
So none of us who actually do the writing on the site ever see the rubric, right? And then the same thing goes when you're talking about, you have the mother agency and then all the children bureaus and offices who we are our own separate offices doing our own web writing every day. We don't see the rubric either. And so I'm wondering, have you put thought into making the rubric actually public, not just sharing with the plain language?
It is public on
our
site. And if you go,
I looked for it and I could not find it. Okay. Yeah. Federal report card.
And the report card, the actual rubric will be under any of the years. So how the keep going.
Okay, I looked for it for like 15 minutes.
And it should. Come on. All right, and it should have white paper and the report card.
Oh, wait a second. David, use the mic.
Good. All right. The white paper itself, in this case, should actually have the rubric right there. Actually, I'm not sure it's within it. But any year, I mean, certainly last year, we have the rubric there and things like that. Right.
Right, so we've got criteria, but we don't have kind of under that criteria what you're using.
I actually have my own computer, which I've sent everyone the rubric. We do also have it online here on our site. I'm just not locating it, which it should be under any other year. Can we just go back to 2.6? Just if
Not under 2018.
It's not under 2018.
I couldn't find it.
That's my bad. Why didn't I put it under 2018? Yeah, hit 2016. Hit 2016. Yeah, this is a fault on the site then that I've got to fix. Keep going down. Keep going down. Dang. Oh, this is really.
Okay, well, if you figure it out, you can send it to the list.
I will. I will.
Yeah, that would be great to have at the agency and office level.
Yeah, because you know, I shared it as a PDF file with everybody, all the plain language officers. So everybody, right. Now we should have it easily available on the site. Sorry that we don't. That's yeah.
Homework for you.
Yeah, homework for me.
Any other questions? Okay.
Hi, we have an online question from Julie Franson. Are you judging the agency's homepage only and not the operating divisions? For example, Health and Human Services and not NIH, FDA, CDC?
I mean, I'll answer it again, but we did just answer. Sure. Just to repeat, currently we have a limited number of volunteers, limited staff, limited resources. So we are only judging at the department level. What that does include, though, is everything within the domain of the parent department. So, for instance, you know, the most visited page that we judged, not the home page, but the most visited page for commerce, again, was weather.gov. Okay.
Thanks very much, David.
All right, I have some homework.
Alrighty, we are moving right along. I can't believe this day is moving so fast. All right, I'm here to introduce our next speaker, Camille Tucker. Camille works at GSA's Office of Customer Experience. She leads the Voice of the Customer program. Camille is responsible for setting GSA survey standards. Before joining GSA, she worked in disability rights and served with the Peace Corps in Mozambique. So put it together for Camille. Woo!
I know this isn't rocket science, but just to advance, you just go there.
Great, thank you. Thank you. So I'm Camille Tucker, and I'm excited to talk to you about how customer experience and plain language intersect. I know this is our last presentation of the day, so you might all be getting a little bleary-eyed. So we're going to try to keep it a little bit interactive. This is what we're going to touch on. I'm going to talk a little bit about what customer experience is versus customer service. So that we're all on the same page, we're all using the same vocabulary. I'm going to talk a little bit about how plain language and CX intersect, but then what I want to do is take a look at a specific use case, and that's using plain language in surveys. So how many people have ever written a survey in their career? Okay, great. How many of you write them regularly? Okay. Good. These will all be really applicable to you, even if you don't write them regularly. And then we're going to workshop an actual live survey together, and then I'll take any questions you have at the end. Okay, so when we're thinking about customer experience, it's the sum of all the interactions that a customer has with an organization. So that customer could be a service recipient, that customer could be, in GSA's case, another agency, anybody who's receiving a good or service. So when it comes to customer service, we're all familiar with that. How many people can think of an example of really good customer service they've received recently? Chick-fil-A has pretty good customer service. Great. Any other ones you can think of? Yeah? Yeah, Urban Outfitters. Urban Outfitters has good customer service. Okay, yeah? Home Depot has good customer service. Great. And so when you've received good customer service, you're more likely to go back and shop at that place again. How many people can think of a really bad customer experience or customer service experience? Yeah, I'm seeing a few more hands here. So those kind of stick in your head. We're not going to call any companies or businesses out in this case, but hey, so let's think about that, right? So somebody said postal service. So sometimes the service provider is your only option. As we all experience in the federal government, sometimes we are the only option that our customers have for service. So we want to make sure that we're providing a good, not only that one-on-one interaction, but we're providing good end-to-end customer experience. So what does that mean, right? So under this umbrella, I have all of the different aspects that go into the end-to-end customer experience. So the transaction is, handing over of dollars, right? Paying your taxes to the IRS, purchasing from Urban Outfitters, getting your delicious chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. Customer support is what we, when you have to call because you're having an issue with your computer, or when you're trying to change your cable from one provider to another provider, right? So, but it's not just those two things. It's also the publicity. How does this company appear in the news? Are they doing shady things? Were they in the Panama Papers? That kind of thing, right? Are there good news stories about this company? When you think about them, do you think that they are practicing good business practices or not? There's peer recommendations. Do people you know like and use this company? Do people you know not like this company and have told you about a negative experience that they've had? Business values. Does the company share your values? Do they use sustainable practices? Do they donate to causes that you recognize and care about? And then human-centered design. When they're designing their processes and they're designing their websites, are they thinking about the actual user, or are they designing it based on their own processes, their own values, the way that they organize internally, rather than how the customer approaches the business? So an example of this is, I'm a mom. I have an 11-month-old. And shopping for clothes is super fun, but I know that there are a lot of companies out there who don't have transparent supply chains, who maybe are using modern day slave labor in manufacturing clothing. And so I want to make sure that the clothes that I buy for my child are manufactured responsibly. And so I found a company that was recommended by a peer that has decent prices for the quality. Their customer support was really good. I had to call because I had an issue with a gift card, and they were quick to support me. They answered my questions clearly the first time. Publicity, they have, I've actually never seen them in the news, come to think of it, but when I think about them, boy, do I feel good about shopping from this company. And business values, they are very clear about their supply chain, so they use third-party verified manufacturing plants, so I know that children aren't making my child's clothes, right? And then human-centered design. I love the way they design their website. It's easy to find what I need. It's divided by baby and kids. It's divided by colors. It's really easy to use. So when I think about shopping from this company, I feel really good about it. It's something that I want to do. I feel like they're thinking of me when they put their items up online. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So what does this mean for plain language? Plain language is customer-centric language. It's starting where the customer is. Customers don't care. Customers, citizens, the American public, whoever your service recipient is, they don't really care about how you're organized internally, right? Customers don't want to be emailed from Bill to Linda to Jessica, right? They just want to know the answer when they contact you. They don't need to know how many points of contact you had to go to find the answer. They just want the answer. They want the information. So when you are thinking about making your communications customer-centric as well as plain language, think about, am I using any jargon or acronyms my customer won't understand? Am I referring them to a part of the agency or the organization that is not customer-facing, who may not have the customer service skills that your organization has? Are you making it easy to accomplish a task? The last thing we want to do is to create extra steps for a customer to accomplish something, right? They don't want to click through 3 or 4 different pages in order to find the information they're looking for. They don't want to have to fill out this form in triplicate in order to get another form approved so they can get their final benefit, right? Customers don't want to have to go through extensive steps in order to accomplish a task. So think about, are you creating barriers for the customer? Does your process have steps that are really unnecessary for the customer to create or the customer to fulfill, but you could fulfill for them to make it a smoother process? And then, am I providing more information than is necessary? Customers don't really care your job title, who you report to. They just want to know, can you help them? And then make it clear where to get help. We've found, my office has found in all of our extensive surveying, that customers are more likely to be satisfied if they know where to get help, if they can find those resources themselves. So that means doing some basic website maintenance. Are your URLs and email addresses up to date? Are the links live? If you're creating a barrier, if somebody has to copy and paste an email into their web or into their email provider, that's one extra step, and you're going to have a few people who don't ask for help and maybe don't receive a service because there was that one extra step they had to do. Oh, and does my office or agency have a centralized helpline? Do people know where to go? Are they maybe juggling too many websites or too many phone numbers and they can't find what they need? Okay, so what does this look like for surveys? When surveys are easy to take, you get more responses and you get better data. People are more likely to finish the survey when the questions are clear, when it's short, and when it's clear to them what you're asking for and why you're asking for this information. So under clear questions, avoid compound questions. These are if you're asking for, please rate us on our communication and customer service. Well, when you get the customer's response, you're not going to know if they're rating your customer service or if they're rating your communication. So you don't know, if you get a poor score, you don't know where you need to improve. If you get a great score, you don't know what you're doing and what you can replicate. Limit the number of open text questions. Survey writers like to use open text questions because they feel like if they give space, people are going to give them really great, robust responses. They're going to give a really thoughtful answer, but that's really not the case. More open text questions means that people are going to drop out of your survey before they finish it, or they're going to skip those questions altogether and you're going to miss a good data point. Use references the customer will recognize. So if it's not necessary to include the reference to USC 45.73b, don't, right? Leave it out. And don't ask for information you already have. Right, so if you're sending your survey to a contact list, you may already know the person's address. You may already know some of the demographic information about your recipients. If you have that information, don't ask for it. That just creates another barrier to finishing that survey, and you're going to have fewer folks respond. When we're talking about scales, use consistent scales throughout the survey. Don't switch between 5 and 7 and 10. Just use one. I recommend 5. The shorter the scale, the better. It's easier for the brain to process. And if you use a 5-point scale, you can label each point of the scale, and that's also easier for people to process. Use the same scale order. So it doesn't really matter if you're doing negative to positive or positive to negative. That's like going from very dissatisfied to very satisfied or vice versa. It just matters that you're consistent throughout the whole survey. And then for intuitive controls, clearly mark your survey access point. I get a lot of survey invitations that are a really long page that tells me what the survey's for and who's sending it out, give me instructions for how to take the survey, and then way at the bottom is the link. Most people don't read that far, right? So put your survey link at the very top. Maybe give 1 or 2 lines of, please let us know how we did doing X by X date, and then give the link. If you want to provide more background context, fine, but do it after you provided the link. So folks are more likely just to click and go. People who want more information can continue reading. Label your next and back buttons. This is great for accessibility, but this is also helpful for folks when they're scanning through surveys pretty quickly. And then ensure, again, any URLs and email addresses in your survey are live links. Okay. Any questions before I move on about any of these suggestions or guidelines? Okay. I was a teacher in Peace Corps, so I can wait forever for people to ask questions. Okay. So let's look at a real survey. And I think it's already open, right? I don't think that's okay. It's a live link. Let's click on it. Okay. So we're looking right now at a lovely live survey. So first of all, what strikes you? Long intro. Okay. Yeah, lots of complex language. The email's not a link, right? We've got an email here, but if I need help, I have to copy and paste this. Okay. Next page is, yep, I'm not going to fill out this survey. This is too complicated. There are instructions in this paragraph, but do the instructions match the button? No. If this button said next page, I'm missing a quotation mark. That might have just, that was probably just a typo on my part, but good catch. Okay. There's no title on the page. I don't know what this is for, right? Okay. I also don't recommend having instructions. Like if you need to put instructions in your survey intro text, there's something wrong with your survey tool. Like it should be intuitive, right? You click next page to go to the next page. You click back to go to the previous page. Not that hard. Okay, so it doesn't say what the survey is about. There's a lot of text on this page and very little information. So if I go to the next page, this is a lot better. Thank you for your participation in the Plain Language Summit on September 5th, 2019. There's my context. Oh yeah, I remember that, I was there. What are you going to use my responses for? Quality and usefulness of future sessions in one sentence. If I need assistance, I can email here, and if I click on this, it's a live link. One thing I like to do in surveys too is to have the very first question, and especially my primary data point, on that first page. That way I'm more guaranteed to get the most important data point that I need from this respondent, right? And so my survey scale is from negative to positive. Bookmark that in your brain, okay? And then I've got my previous and next page buttons labeled. So let's go to the next page. Please select the department and agency and bureau you work for. Did you like the speaker? What if you don't work for a government agency? What if you don't work for a government agency, right? Right. If you don't work for one, is this relevant to you? No. If you registered, pardon me? Do they want your feedback if you don't work for a federal agency? Right. Do they want your feedback if you don't work for a federal agency? Everybody had to register for the Plain Language Summit, right? And you probably received this in your email. So maybe we already have this information, right, about what department and agency you work for, so we don't necessarily have to ask it again. What about this one? Did you like the speaker, 1 through 5? Which speaker? Good. Is one good or bad, right? We haven't really labeled our scales. And it's numbers, not words. It's numbers, not words, yeah. I highly recommend using words. Most people can process words a lot better than they can process numbers. Like is not a helpful word. Like is not a helpful word. Did you like the speaker? What are we rating? Are we rating the speaker's charisma? Are we rating the speaker's presentation? You know, what are we rating here? Mm-hmm. Good. How about this one? How would you rate the event description and what the session was actually about? Which event, which description? It's two things, right? Description and what it was actually about. Mm-hmm. Our scale is now 1 to 10 instead of 1 to 5. And again, we're using numbers instead of letters. Really hard to label every point on a 10-point scale. You run out of words about like 6. Okay. How useful will this material be in your day-to-day activities? It's positive and negative. Good. That's what I was going for with this one. This question is pretty good. This is a good question. Okay, so material wasn't handed out in the summit, so it might not be applicable here. Information might be a better word. Is slightly more or is moderate more? Yep. Scale is weighted, or possibly even weighted towards the positive. If you only have the one not at all, and yeah. I don't love slightly and moderately as a scale. For this, for my preference, and you'll see this probably even in your post-summit survey, you may see this question, but my preference for this kind of question is to use like an agree to disagree scale, because that's easier, right? Because it's 5-point, like satisfied to dissatisfied. It's a lot easier to process. But I would say, you know, I could use the information in my day-to-day activities, agree to disagree, right? Okay, good job. There's no back button. There actually should have been a back button. That might be an error with the survey provider currently, but there should have been one there. Okay, so a little bit better here. How well did this presentation adhere to the event description? All right, so we're asking about the event description. Right, we haven't typed that in. We need to know which presentation. Say that one again. Yep. So we've been inconsistent in our positive to negative versus negative to positive. Yeah. So we just wanted to pick one and stick with it. Do we really need this question? Is this really important to ask? Is this question important to ask? I love asking people that when they come to me with a survey. And if the answer is yes, great. If you want to evaluate the quality of your event descriptions, great. Ask this question. But if that's not something you're really interested in, you don't need to ask it.
Camille, did you say that words are easier to take in than numbers?
Yes.
And what is the logic behind starting with the negative points and building to positive?
There really isn't. You don't have to do, like, there's not a lot of research around whether negative to positive is better than positive to negative. What really matters is just being consistent. If you want to do numeric values, you can usually code your numeric values on the back end of your survey, or do that in your data set, depending on what tool you're using. So you can still present words to the customer or to the recipient, but then code those words with numbers on the back end, so you can still say your overall satisfaction score was 4.3.
Microphone. I'm thinking that presenting these responses, the positive responses first, and then it goes down to negative responses. It's just a way, naturally, how people think of things. Positive is up here, negative is down. So that's how I would present the responses.
I think that's a logical way to look at it.
But that's how I look at it, but I don't know, maybe other people think differently, but I would want to see the positive first, and then you rate it down.
So where that gets tricky is if you're moving between horizontal and vertical, vertical and horizontal
And
scales,
horizontal
right?
would need to be positive from the left to the right.
Or some people would read that as if you're going from negative to positive, you're going like from 1 to 5, like getting bigger. So as long as you're consistent, you're fine. Because people are busy, your customers are busy, your service recipients are busy, they're clicking through surveys really fast. So if you're using inconsistent scales, you may end up getting like an inadvertent 2 when somebody wants to give you a strong 4, right? Okay. And yes, I know the question mark is missing. That was a typo. My apologies.
This might be hard to answer, but question online, is there research on words versus numerals?
I can probably find some for you. but I do recommend words versus numbers, and then you can code your numbers on the back if you want that numerical value. One other thing I want to point out on this page is I've got a submit button. So with my submit button, I'm communicating to the recipient that the survey is ending. So they don't click a next page and then or click a little arrow and the survey ends. They can't go back and change an answer if they wanted to, or review their answers if they wanted to. We're done. Thank you for taking your survey. Okay, so that's all I have for you. Are there any questions?
One more online. So would you say, quote, rate on a scale of 1 to 5? I think this is from the person who asked the previous question.
Sure. So if you are, I find that most valuable, the language around rating from 1 to 5 to be most valuable if you're looking at like a matrix style question. Do you know what I'm talking about? So matrices are the ones where you have a couple of lines, a couple of different things that you're rating, and then columns for each of the different, like very satisfied to very dissatisfied, or 5 to 1, or whatever it is. So sometimes a matrix can be easier to process if it's numerical. And in that case, you could say, sure, rate 1 to 5. If you really do want to use numbers, then yes, please say rate 1 to 5, negative to positive, or explain what your starting and end points are. Another note on matrices, because this is something that I care about, if you're going to do a matrix question, please no more than like 4 lines. This is especially key for folks who are screen reader users. When they're tabbing through the question, the longer a matrix question is, the more difficult it is to convey what you're actually trying to ask if there's just too much going on.
One thing I know, and I think most people would agree, the main principles that you start out with are the same main principles that apply, that are in the Federal Plain Language Guidelines, which is, you don't put the background first. You start with your most important point first. You don't combine things. You put like things together individually. You break out the topics. So you're not combining questions. You're not confusing the reader. You're making sure that you've got your most important question first, which is, again, your most important point first. So when you're doing a survey from a plain language perspective, you're still following everything that's in the plain language guidelines pretty much, and you're still going to get a plain language survey. So and I'm a lawyer, I get questions all the time. Well, we need something special for lawyers. No, you really don't. It's the same principles that apply to lawyers too. Most important point first, make sure you're using the language that your audience is expecting and understands. Don't stick different things together. Put like things together. Be consistent with whatever approach you choose. So basically, whatever special category thing it is that you're trying to do, it may have some tweaks to it or some special aspects to it, but it's really not that special. So it's still Federal Plain Language Guidelines.
Yeah. I think plain language is sort of a system of concepts, right? Then you can apply it to anything. Anytime that you're creating something for somebody else, that's it. Yeah. I'll say it again. Plain language is customer-centric language. Yeah.
I have, I hope, a quickly answered question, which is, one of the things I have the most difficulty with is being positive and plain at the same time. That's something I struggle with, to where you put everything in the most positive light possible. Really, really not my thing. Do you advise starting with negative to positive or positive to negative?
We, at GSA, we start negative to positive. We go negative to positive. And that's mostly because we have a mixture of horizontal and vertical scales. And for our vertical scales, we always want to go left to right, negative to positive, getting bigger. I think that's a sort of a residual from having a lot of 10-point scales. And 10-point scales, it's weird to move from 10 to 1, but it makes sense to move from 1 to 10. So reading left to right, 1 to 10 gets, goes from negative to positive. So that's why we still do negative to positive, top to bottom too. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
This is a question that's maybe ancillary to plain language, but I think they're related. If you have a constituency or a stakeholders group that you want to get feedback from, and you take the plain language approach, which is to keep your survey simple and lean, but then you still want to get more information out of them. So is there a rule of thumb or experience that you've had that would say how many times, say over 12 months or 18 months, that you push another survey out?
Yeah, good question. I think it'll depend on how many touch points you typically have with those people. So when we do our web surveys, for example, we try not to show it to a visitor more than once every 30 days. If your survey is short, you can show it more frequently. If your survey is long, you want to show it less frequently. So we do some of like the really long relationship surveys that are like 30 questions, and they're still too long, but we'll send it out annually. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
I think there was a question in the middle. Did you still have a question? No? And then there are a couple up front too.
Okay, so I've been following feedback.usa.gov, and I wasn't sure if that's part of your shop. I know it's part of GSA, but especially smaller offices were really interested in something that's not super expensive or free for government that can help us create surveys and also give us best practices at the same time. So is that what feedback.usa.gov is going to be? It's a little unclear from the site, like what it will eventually be. Can you talk about that and kind of what's coming from GSA that could help all of us send out surveys and monitor them?
Yep, so my office does not work on feedback.usa.gov. I'm vaguely familiar with what they're doing. I think that this is the project that is with the most recent A11 guidelines around the questions, customer experience, and a set of standard questions or standard data points to collect from recipients, from service recipients. So what that team is doing is sort of creating a neat little survey tool that has those questions already laid out. So you don't have to go through PRA, the Paperwork Reduction Act again. If you're familiar with that, that's I know, right? Yay! That's clearance from Office of Management of the Budget to survey members of the public. So you would not have to go through PRA again if you use that particular product. If you are interested in more information, please email customerexperience@gsa.gov, and I will find the right people to talk to and connect you with them. But that's about all I know about the project. Yeah. Did you have a question? I think no. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.